Chapter 132. The Horses Whinnied. The group of combat sect disciples had already pulled on the reins and looked ahead. Two figures appeared in front of them. One of them wore gray clothes that were stained with some mud. His face was as fat as a steamed bun, and because of the swelling, his large eyes had become small eyes. He stared at them coldly, as if he was looking at dead people. They were very familiar with that figure. The puffiness on that person's face was also their masterpiece. However, the person who should have been crippled had now arrived before them and blocked their path. The other figure was wearing sackcloth and had a dark face. They had seen him before. It was the black kid who gave them the vitality stones. Zhang Shui, do you King want to die? How dare you block my path? Lu was the first to shout. His eyes were cold. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I think you are the ones who are seeking death. Zhang Shui's small eyes were filled with coldness. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Are you still the senior brother Zhang Shui from before? A disciple stepped forward with cold eyes. You have done all kinds of evil and are devoid of conscience. Living in this world is a waste of food. With Ziqun here, Zhang Shui was not afraid. You think you can do that? Have you forgotten how pathetic you were before? What? You think you are so great because you have a black kid with you. The battle martial ancestors, disciple mocked. He urged his horse forward and said mockingly, in the world of cultivators, what matters is strength and not skin. Being black doesn't mean you are powerful. But being white doesn't mean you are powerful. Zhang Shui said, trash like you, who do all kinds of devoid of conscience. So what if you are white? You are inhumane. Aren't you just like animals? Zhang Shui's words were cold and sarcastic. Why are you still talking to trash like him? Hurry up and kill him. Lu shouted. Yes, kill him. The others said, don't kill him. Break his limbs and send him back to Qingshui village. We will slaughter the villagers. The leader waved his hand and said coldly, bastards, it seems that I'm giving you face by praising you like this. You're worse than bastards. At most, you're human scum. Ziqun finally opened his mouth. His face was frosty, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Initially, he thought that they were acting under someone else's orders, so it was understandable. However, after hearing the other party's words, it was clear that these people were also acting like this. Even if they were assigned by the villains, they would carry out the orders even more harshly. You're courting death. This disciple finally arrived in front of Zhang Shui. With a shake of his hand, the horsewhip whistled through the air, drawing a cold light as it struck towards Zhang Shui's face. The other party's attacks were swift and fierce, and the whip whistled through the air. If Zhang Shui was hit, half of his face would probably be smashed off. Humph, the ones courting death are you guys. Zhang Shui coldly snorted. Facing this attack, he didn't dodge. However, he couldn't dodge it anyway. Pa! With a light crack, the horsewhip stopped in front of Zhang Shui. At some point, a dark arm had appeared in front of him, a large hand tightly gripping the whip. You! The disciple looked at Ziqun and exerted force in his hand to pull the whip, but found that it didn't budge at all. His face instantly changed. You scum don't deserve to live in this world. Ziqun grabbed the whip and suddenly exerted force. In the next moment, the disciple was sent flying. With a bang, he landed in front of Ziqun and fell flat on his face. No need for formalities. You and I are brothers. There's no need for such formalities. Just hand your life over to me. Zhang Shui indifferently said with a swollen face. You're courting death. The disciple was enraged. It was as if he had been greatly humiliated. His body suddenly leapt into the air and ruthlessly stomped on Zhang Shui's head. Pung! However, before his body landed, he felt his leg being grabbed by someone. It was that dark brat again. The disciple was furious, but he couldn't do anything. Zhang Shui's hand was like a large pincer, strong and powerful. Endless Zhen Qi surged, but he couldn't break free. Kacha! In the next moment, the disciple felt a huge force coming from his ankle, followed by the sound of bone shattering. His entire ankle was crushed. At the same time, a strong force spread from his ankle to his entire leg, making popping sounds like beans being fried. Ah! The disciple couldn't help but scream in pain. His entire leg was crushed by Ziqin, and all the bones were shattered. Attack! Kill! The people behind finally realized that something was wrong. The leader's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted and rushed forward. With a tap of his foot, he turned into a black light and rushed toward Ziqin at lightning speed. Pung! At this moment, Ziqin's fist landed on the disciple's chest. Under the great force, the disciple's chest instantly caved in. His whole body flew backward at an extremely fast speed and no longer made a sound. You're lucky to die so easily. Ziqin withdrew his fist and said coldly, Go to hell. The leader had already arrived in front of Ziqin. He stretched out his hands, forming eagle claws. Streams of Zhen Qi circled around his fingers. His attack was very sharp, and his eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. Pa! Ziqin glanced at him coldly. The next moment, he raised his hand and suddenly slapped down. A crisp and loud slap sounded. The leader didn't even have time to react before he was hit. His previous strength was gone. The force generated by the slap was so strong that even his attack was dissolved. He was directly knocked to the ground. Aren't you strong? Are you going to slaughter the whole village? Ziqin looked at him coldly. The next moment, he raised his hand again. Pa! The slap was crisp and loud, and it traveled very far. This was a solid blow. The leader vomited blood, and 2 molars were spat out. You! The leader was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even understand what had happened, and he had already been slapped twice. Moreover, he didn't even see how his opponent had attacked or how he had dissolved his attack. Pa! Ziqin didn't say anything. He raised his hand again, and the sound was crisp and clear. Not good. We've met a tough opponent. He forced senior brother to retreat with one move. Let's run. The crisp sound of slapping continued. Seeing that their senior brother could only passively take the beating without any strength to fight back, the other disciples who were about to step forward changed their expressions. They all retreated and prepared to escape. Senior brother, they're going to run. Zhang Shui also noticed their movements and said at this moment, Want to run? Where's the prestige of slaughtering the whole village? With a bang, Ziqin sent the leader flying with a slap. This time, several white teeth flew out of his mouth, and the leader almost fainted. Ziqin turned into a flash of lightning and flew forward. Lightning represented the fastest speed in the world, and his speed was very fast. Silver light flashed on his palm, followed by a series of slapping sounds in the forest. Don't hit me. I was wrong. Please let me go. Don't hit me. My teeth are gone. Wails sounded in the forest. Ziqin was as fast as lightning. He didn't use any sharp attacks, only his palms. He didn't hit anything else, but directly hit the face. The sound of slapping was very loud. Along the way, Ziqin learned to look for teeth on the ground and hit people's faces from time to time. Now, it could be said that he learned how to hit people with enough strength and how many teeth would fall out. This senior brother Ziqin is too ferocious. Zhang Shui's eyes widened and he was tongue-tied. He was stunned, and his admiration for Ziqin had reached an extreme level. Even slapping faces is skillful. Compared to senior brother Ziqin, they are simply trash in terms of face slapping. Zhang Shui touched his swollen face and felt a lot better. At the same time, he was glad that the one who slapped his face wasn't senior brother Ziqin. Otherwise, it would be over. Pooh! 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 Ziqin's moves were very ingenious, and there was definitely some skill involved. It wasn't just a simple slap to the face. Zhang Shui, as a spectator, had the most right to say this. This was because the teeth that the other party spat out were in a regular pattern. First, one of back molars would be spat out, then two, then three, and so on until all the teeth fell out. Moreover, the other party's face was swollen and swollen, like a big rubber ball. His eyes had turned into slits, unlike his own face, which had a few finger marks. This is also a skill. Zhang Shui sighed. Senior brother was indeed senior brother. Even slapping faces was so good, and he could even hit them with rhythm. Pa, 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 pa. From the beginning to the end, only a few breaths of time had passed. Amidst the crisp and loud slapping sounds, everyone's face had turned into a rubber ball. Then they were picked up by Ziqin and thrown in front of Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui stared at Zichen with a look of worship on his face, thinking that this was his senior brother. In the end, the other party didn't even have time to beg for mercy. His small eyes were filled with terror and shock. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Lu was in a better state. Zichen didn't hit him too hard. At this moment, he could still beg for mercy. The others were on the verge of death. Just being slapped in the face almost killed them. Didn't you guys want to massacre the entire village? Zichen smiled coldly. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Lu hurriedly waved his hands and said, This is a misunderstanding. We were forced to do this, and we were also instructed by someone. Who instructed you? Zichen asked mockingly. Yes. Before Lu could finish his sentence, a loud roar was heard. Lu, shut up. The one who spoke was the leader of the black-robed men. He was beaten up earlier, so he could still speak. At this moment, he shouted angrily at Lu, then turned to look at Zichen and said coldly, Kid, we are the Jean Marshal ancestor's men. If you beat us, you will offend the Jean Marshal ancestor. If you kill us, not only will you not be able to keep your life, but also the lives of everyone in Deling village. The fury of the Jean Marshal ancestor isn't something a small cultivator like you can bear. The leader was very strong. He knew that he would definitely die if he gave in, so he used the Jean Marshal ancestor to threaten Zichen. At the same time, he used the villagers to threaten Zichen. It was very smart of him. Are you threatening me? Zichen rubbed his chin as a mocking smile appeared on his face. Of course not. I'm telling the truth. If you kill us, someone will avenge us. All the villagers of Deling village will be buried with us, the leader said proudly. Huh. Zichen smiled indifferently. He wasn't angry at all. It's Ling Yin who will avenge you. If I'm not wrong, he must be the one who ordered you to do this. How? How do you know? The leader's face changed. Chapter 133. This was a big road, and it was surrounded by dense forests. The disciples of the combat sect, who were extremely arrogant before and said that they would massacre the entire village, now all had bulbous faces. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they no longer looked arrogant. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes as his killing intent surged. He hated being threatened, and he hated it even more when someone threatened him with something he didn't have when he was sure that he would die. Compared to the leader, Zichen preferred people like Wang Shan. Wang Shan knew that Zichen didn't dare to kill him, but he still called him brother-in-law. Zichen made his move. Light flickered under his feet as he kicked the leader. Bang! Like a rubber ball, the leader's head exploded with a loud bang. Red and white matter splattered in all directions. The others were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Their bodies began to tremble in fear. Some of them were even worse off. A puddle of water had already appeared under them. They were good at killing people, but now that they were about to be killed, they were all afraid. Zichen's decisiveness and ruthlessness shocked everyone. At this moment, Lu did not even dare to plead for mercy. Zhang Shui was also shocked. Zichen had shot out a ray of light to block the red and white matter for him. Even so, he felt his stomach churning. He had killed many people before, but he had never seen such a method of killing. Tell me, Who ordered you to do this? Is it only Ling Yin? Zichen looked at Lulu. Lulu's heart trembled as his body trembled. He said, "Isn't there also Elder Fan Fan?" Senior brother, one of them, ran away. Zhang Shui suddenly said at this moment. In the distance, a figure was running away quickly. Looking from the back, the person's head was like a rubber ball. "Run, run! Find Elder Fan!" Seeing this, the others screamed in their hearts, hoping that the person would run away quickly to find reinforcements. "Let them run, then," Zichen said indifferently. He did not care. Previously, he had deliberately brought a few people and left one out. His original intention was to let him run away to find reinforcements. In order to completely solve the problem, the only way was to kill everyone related to this matter. Once and for all, violence was to curb violence with violence. But senior apprentice brother Zichen, Zhang Shui, panicked. If he ran away, he would most likely find the elder. The elder was at the Xiantian realm. "It's fine." Zichen waved his hand. "What? Zichen? You're Zichen?" Lulu was shocked and cried out in alarm. Although the others couldn't speak, the shock in their eyes clearly explained everything. Several months had passed, and news of Zichen had already spread. Zichen had caused the three powers to suffer a great loss. Many experts had tried to hunt him down, but in the end, less than 10 of them had returned. Furthermore, Zichen himself had died in the silent jungle. Unknowingly, this matter had already spread to the Zhan martial ancestor. But now, Zichen was actually standing right in front of them, alive and well. Upon closer inspection, this dark-skinned Brett really did resemble Zichen. "Other than Elder Fong, who else is there?" Zichen asked coldly. "Elder Lu and some other senior apprentice brothers." Lu's voice trembled. After knowing that the other party was Zichen, he was even more terrified and didn't dare to lie. "What about Ling Yin? Is he in the sect?" "No, these things were all arranged by Elder Fong. Senior apprentice brother Ling Yin has already gone to Songli City to participate in some genius gathering." Lu said everything he knew, not daring to hide anything. He was truly scared. "Genius gathering?" Zichen sneered. Since Songli City was as famous as Yunxia City, there would naturally be geniuses like Wang Qiong there. Compared to Wang Qiong and Wang Xian, a mere Ling Yin couldn't be considered a genius. Perhaps even Wang Shan couldn't compare. What about Zhang Haoyan? That day in the spiritual herbal garden he also attacked you. Didn't Ling Yin deal with him? Zichen asked. The only friend he had in the Zhan martial ancestor was Zhang Haoyan. Zhang Haoyan. Lu was startled and said, "He's dead." "What? Zhang Haoyan is dead." Zichen's face changed. His originally dark face became even darker, and a murderous intent emerged. "Who killed him?" Zichen asked coldly. Seeing Zichen's expression, Lu hurriedly said, "No one killed him. To be precise, no one knows if he's dead or not. About a year ago, when he just came out of the spiritual herbal garden, LV Peng of the Xian martial ancestor came to find him. It seemed that they went to explore some dangerous place. After the group went, they never came back. This matter has also spread in the Xian martial ancestor. LV Peng and the rest also didn't come back. It has been more than a year, and everyone guessed that they were dead." Zichen asked again, but he couldn't get anything useful out of them. Swish, swish, swish. Several streams of Xiantian true qi shot out from Zichen's body and entered their bodies. In an instant, sounds of qi breaking rang out. Zichen had crippled all of them. "Don't kill him. I still have use for him. You can deal with the rest." With that, Zichen walked away. "Senior brother Zhang Shui, don't kill us. Senior brother Zhang Shui, let us go on account that we are fellow disciples." "We are all fellow disciples. Senior brother Zhang Shui, please let us go." Everyone's faces were ashen. Not only was their strength crippled, but now they couldn't even keep their lives. They begged for mercy with difficulty. "You scum! Living in this world is a waste of food. I'll send you on your way." Zhang Shui's face was swollen. God knows where he got a long knife from. "Senior brother, don't. Senior brother, let us go." Zhang Shui snorted. "Now you're calling me senior brother. Look at my face. This is all you're doing. You even threatened to massacre the village. Killing you 10 times over wouldn't be wrong. Senior brother, we were forced to do it." "Yeah, Ling Yun asked us to do it." "Senior brother, we were forced to do it." Everyone opened their mouths and begged for mercy. At this moment of life and death, they opened their mouths with their big fat faces. Although it was painful, it was nothing compared to their lives. "Scum, I'll send you on your way." Zhang Shui's eyes flashed coldly. He raised the long knife in his hand and swung it down. Other than Lulu, everyone fell into a pool of blood. As for Lulu, he was so scared that he fell to the ground and lost control of his bowels. "Senior brother, here are your vitality stones." Moments later, Zhang Shui walked to Zichen with a small bag of vitality stones. "Take it. When we go back, give some to everyone. Keep the rest for future use." Zichen said calmly. "Senior brother, this won't do. Our village is indebted to you. How can we take your things?" Zhang Shui refused. "Take it, I still have more." Afterwards, Zichen left with Lulu, while Zhang Shui drove the horses to a small town 100 miles away. These horses were also money. In the future, if he wanted to live a normal life, money was essential. He had to be careful with his spending. At dusk, Zhang Shui came back alone. He found all the villagers outside the village, as if they were waiting for something. "Zhang Shui is back. Old Zhang, your son is back." Someone saw Zhang Shui and hurriedly shouted. "Zhang Shui, where's Qinzi? Did you leave together? Why isn't he back? Did something happen to Qinzi?" "The two of you left together. Qinzi, why did you come back alone?" The villagers came forward, their faces full of concern. "Don't worry, we're just going to the town for a walk. Qinzi will be back in 2 days," Zhang Shui said. After that, in front of everyone, Zhang Shui took out some yuan stone fragments and the money he had exchanged for the horses and distributed them to the villagers. "Qinzi will be back in 2 days. He has some things to do. Don't worry, he will think of a way." After giving some simple instructions, Zhang Shui helped old Zhang back to his room. From now on, he would be a normal person. He would live the life of a normal person. He would no longer be a cultivator. As for the battle with the martial ancestor, Zhang Shui believed that Zichen would be able to solve it. This was because he noticed that Zichen used Xiantian True Qi when he attacked. After Zhang Shui left, Zichen led Lulu forward for a short distance and had a simple meal. After that, they just had to wait for the arrival of the battle with the martial ancestors' reinforcements. What's the strength of Elder Fong and Elder Lu? In the forest, Zichen sat on a big rock and looked at the road ahead. Not far away, Lulu stood there in fear. After hearing Zichen's words, he answered truthfully. Elder Lu is in the middle stage of the Xiantian realm. Elder Fong is in the late stage of the Xiantian realm. Both of them have been in the Xiantian realm for a long time. Lulu hoped that the two elders would come quickly and kill Zichen. Zichen was very strong. There were legends about him everywhere. However, Lulu didn't think that Zichen's real fighting strength could be compared to the two elders. There was still some distance from the battle with the martial ancestor. When the disciple who luckily escaped with reinforcements arrived, the sky had already turned dark and the sun had set. It's him. The disciple saw Zichen from afar. He pointed at him and said coldly. Zichen saw the person who came, but he was very disappointed. The other party was only in the early stage of the Xiantian realm. Such an existence could be killed with a punch. Elder, Please kill him as soon as possible. The disciple clamored. His eyes were cold and his face was full of hatred. His swollen face seemed to have been smeared with elixirs. Not far away, Lulu wasn't happy that an elder had come. On the contrary, he was very disappointed. He had seen Zichen fight and knew that he was in the early stage of the Xiantian realm. Although he was only in the early stage of the Xiantian realm, an elder of the same level wouldn't be able to deal with him. Back in the spiritual herbal garden, Zichen was able to kill people above his level. Now that he was stronger, he could naturally fight people above his level. Where are the others? The elder was wearing a red robe. His eyes were sharp, and he was dressed like the typical battle martial ancestor. His voice was cold as he stared at Zichen. The corner of his mouth was raised high, and he was very disdainful. The elder was a middle-aged man. When he heard that his disciple had been slapped in the face, he hurried over. He thought that it was a strong expert, but he didn't expect it to be a dark-skinned youth. He was very disappointed and disdainful. He's dead. That kind of scum doesn't deserve to live in this world, Zichen said indifferently. What damn thing, you dare to kill my martial ancestors' people? Who gave you such courage? A loud shout suddenly came out. It was the disciple who had run away before. With the elder here, he was very arrogant, and his eyes were full of hatred. Zichen glanced at him, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. He said coldly, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." The shout was like rolling thunder, and there was a frightening majesty in it. The disciple's face changed drastically, and he immediately retreated. You! He looked at Zichen in horror. He never thought that he couldn't even withstand one sentence from him. The red-robed elder's body flashed, and he stood in front of the disciple. A Xiantian aura emerged. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you want to die? Zichen replied indifferently. You're the one who wants to die, right? Brat, you dare to talk to our elder Wu like that? Not only will you die, you will also implicate your entire village. You stupid thing. Just wait for your village to be massacred. The disciple's confidence grew a lot, and he coldly said, he was really a fox exploiting the tiger's might. You're young, but you talk big. Let's see how strong you are. Elder Wu said coldly. His red robe fluttered without any wind, and Xiantian qi began to surge. Chapter 134. Streams of Xiantian true qi surged as Zichen punched out. Silver light shone brightly, carrying a powerful force. Die! Elder Wu's eyes were filled with killing intent. His Xiantian true qi turned into a sharp and cold sword light, thrusting towards Zichen's face. Clang! The fist collided with the sword light, producing a clanging sound. Zichen's footwork flickered. It was very mysterious. After dispersing the sword light, he retreated. What? You're in the Xiantian realm too? Zichen blocked his attack with his bare hands. Xiantian true qi surged around him, causing his clothes to flutter. Elder Wu was shocked. His expression turned serious. You're a genius to be in the Xiantian realm at such a young age. Unfortunately, you've just entered the Xiantian realm, while I've already reached the peak of the early Xiantian realm. Today, you're destined to die. Zichen curled his lips in disdain. He could tell the difference between the martial ancestor and the assassin pavilion from the elder's words. When he followed the assassin pavilion, they all looked at him with disdain. They gave him many examples of geniuses, and said that Zichen was far from being a genius. But here, the martial ancestor actually said that he was a genius. Since you're here, you should know what happened in Daling Village, right? Zichen asked coldly. They're just a bunch of ants. So what if they're dead? Elder Wu snorted. It's good that you think so. Otherwise, I'll feel uneasy after killing you and feel that I've killed the wrong person. Zichen's eyes flashed with killing intent. Without any hesitation, he raised his fist to meet the elder's attack. This was an intense battle between Xiantian realm experts. Streams of Xiantian true qi collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. The disciple who ran away previously was extremely arrogant. He thought that he could rely on Elder Wu's power to intimidate others. At this moment, he was ready to see the dark-skinned kid being killed by the elder. But the result was that both sides were evenly matched. After dozens of rounds, there was no clear winner. Kid, I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. Elder Wu let out a cold snort, and the aura around his body surged. His figure flashed by, and two of his fingers were pointed at Zi Chen's glabella. After fighting for dozens of rounds, he still couldn't take down the other party. He felt embarrassed. Previously, he had declared that he would be able to kill the other party. Clang! Zi Chen raised his hand to block the attack. He appeared to be very relaxed. Streams of spiritual qi surrounded his body. When the sword qi collided with his hand, it actually made a clanging sound and directly shook the latter away. Slash! With a loud shout, Elder Wu's figure soared into the air. His surging Xiantian true qi formed a sharp sword light that was several meters long. It was like a giant sword that could hold up the heavens, slashing down on Zi Chen's head. The Xiantian realm aura filled the heavens and the earth, causing the earth to tremble and the trees to explode. Lu's face was filled with shock. He retreated again, but he didn't dare to escape. He knew that Zi Chen still had many tricks up his sleeves. Moreover, looking at Zi Chen's casual manner, it was obvious that he hadn't used his full strength yet. The previously arrogant disciple also saw through the trick. His expression changed, and he involuntarily retreated a few hundred meters. He had already prepared an escape route. Let's end this. Zi Chen's face was gloomy, and his eyes were emotionless. After dozens of rounds of fierce fighting, it was enough to confuse the other party. Boom! He swung his fist. Silver light flashed, and streams of spiritual qi surged. In an instant, the sword qi shattered and turned into the energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, Zi Chen's fist landed on the Xiantian realm elder's chest, and the latter flew backward while vomiting blood. You! Elder Wu's eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Fan to have such means. Lin Fan's hands were like iron arms, and his bones were like copper tendons and iron bones, indestructible. I'll send you on your way. Zi Chen's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He swung his fist again. As his fist fell, silver light flashed, and it brought with it a huge pressure. It was like a mountain, and the elder couldn't breathe under the pressure. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, and his body was also greatly hindered. Zi Chen's fist seemed ordinary, but it was merged with the green peak seal. When he threw out his fist, it was equivalent to a huge seal appearing like a mountain. The surrounding grass and trees danced, and sand and stones flew. The fist was like a flying mountain, and it whistled through the air, giving Elder Wu a lot of pressure. No. At the moment of life and death, Elder Wu erupted with unparalleled potential. He shouted, and his Xiantian spiritual qi was instantly mobilized. It was like a torrential river, and it gathered in his arms. At the same time, a Xiantian realm shield emitted a bright light, blocking in front of him. Boom! Zi Chen's punch was filled with the power of 1,000 caddies. It was infused with the green summit seal's killing technique, and it instantly broke through the elder's protective light shield. At the same time, with a cracking sound, the elder's two arms were broken by the force of the impact. The fist light didn't lose its momentum and landed on the elder's chest. This time, it was accompanied by a surge of energy that rushed in. Puff! The elder flew back and vomited blood. It was as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His internal organs were all shattered, and in the blood he vomited, there were fragments of his heart. With shock and fear in his eyes, the elder took a few steps back. His vitality was completely gone, and he fell to the ground. He's really strong, killing Elder Wu in one blow. Lu was frightened, and at the same time he was glad that he didn't run away. Otherwise, he would have ended up like that elder. As for the previous disciple, he was also very cunning. When he saw that the situation was not good, he was already running away. When Ziqin killed the Xiantian elder, the latter had already run a few thousand meters. Hearing a loud sound, his heart suddenly trembled, and he accelerated again. Humph! Ziqin looked at the other person's back and snorted, letting him go. Is he still human? To have such strength at such a young age. Could he be a genius comparable to senior brother Lingyan? Even elder Wu was killed by him. Zhang Ming was terrified and quickly fled. He was quite frightened. No, this time I have to ask Elder Fong to come. Only she can kill this black kid. Seeing that Elder Wu had died, Zhang Ming ran straight to the battle martial ancestor. The sky was already dark, and it was a good cover for Zhang Ming. During this period, he looked back from time to time, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was chasing after him. The sky is so dark, and there are no stars or moon. That black kid must have run in the wrong direction. Zhang Ming was secretly relieved. Along the way, he used true qi to run, and his speed was much faster than when he came. After a few hours, he had already arrived at the battle martial ancestor. At this time, the huge battle martial ancestor was still brightly lit, and it was very lively. During this period of time, it was the time for the core disciple assessment, and it was very lively and busy. When Elder Fong heard the news from Zhang Ming, she did not go immediately. Firstly, she felt that it was not worth it. Sending an elder like her to deal with a black kid was making a mountain out of a molehill. Secondly, she was very busy with the assessment, and she was the one handling it. Elder Fong, save me. It was very late, and Elder Fong was not asleep yet. There was still light in the room, and Zhang Ming shouted in a shrill voice when he reached the courtyard. Zhang Ming, what's the matter? In the room, Elder Fong was startled. Zhang Ming stumbled into the room. Elder Fong was wearing a bright red robe, and she was sitting on a wooden chair. Beside her was a middle-aged man who was also dressed as an elder. At this moment, both of them were looking at Zhang Ming in shock. Elder Fong, Elder Lu, you must seek justice for us. Seek justice for the people of the battle sect. Seeing that the two elders were present, Zhang Ming knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his cheeks. He looked very miserable. What happened? Where's Elder Wu? Didn't he go out with you? Elder Fong frowned. She knew what Zhang Ming did, even if Ling Yun excluded the dissidents. She just did not know the details. He's dead. Elder Wu was killed by that black kid. Zhang Ming cried. His face was full of tears, and he looked very pitiful. What? Elder Wu is dead? The two elders' faces changed. Elder Wu was at the peak of the Xiantian realm, and his combat power was also very strong. How could he die just because he killed a black kid? What exactly happened? Elder Fong asked coldly. It's that black kid. He hid his strength. He's actually a Xiantian realm expert. Zhang Ming started to tell the story. Naturally, he would not let go of any details that could be added. He actually took a quarter of an hour to tell such a short story. He was very eloquent. Elder, that black brat is truly arrogant. He actually dared to say that our battle sect is a nest of snakes and rats, and that we're bandits. Furthermore, he spouted a lot of outrageous words. The two elders listened. Their faces turned from gloomy to cold, and then to icy cold. They were filled with killing intent. Under Zhang Ming's words, that black brat had already become a despicable character who deserved to be struck by lightning. There was no evil in this world that he wouldn't do. He was simply evil to the extreme, evil to the bone. B****. How can such a person be alive? I'll go and destroy him. Elder Lu was enraged. He was an impulsive person. Hearing Zhang Ming's words, he was instantly enraged. This kid offended the martial ancestor and even killed our people. He deserves to die. Elder Fong also said coldly. However, she looked at Zhang Ming meaningfully. The latter's heart trembled, and he did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. Elder, that black kid killed everyone, including Elder Wu. He spoke rudely to the martial ancestor. We can't let him off easily. This kid deserves to die. I'll go and kill him. Elder Lu was a hot-tempered person. He immediately stood up and said, "Lead the way." "Junior brother, there's no hurry. I'll go with you." Elder Fong stood up. "Senior brother, there's no need for you to do this. It's just a black kid. It's just a piece of cake," Elder Lu said. Elder Fong was an old man. He shook his head and said, "Since the other party dares to do this, he naturally has something to rely on. It just so happens that I also want to see what virtue and ability this brat has to actually dare to attack our combat sect." He was indeed astute. He had already noticed that something was amiss. A Xiantian realm advanced stage expert was actually willing to go. Zhang Ming was overjoyed and led the way. The two elders left the martial ancestor in the middle of the night. They did not tell anyone. Only the disciples who were guarding the mountain saw it, but they did not dare to ask. The three of them finally arrived at their destination when the sky turned bright. "If that black kid isn't here, he must have returned to Daling Village. Let's go to the village directly. I want all of them to die with my brothers," Zhang Ming said coldly, his eyes filled with hatred. "Haha, what a boastful tone. Unfortunately, you're destined to be disappointed." At this moment, a loud laugh was heard, and then a figure walked out from the forest. The sky was just a little bright, and Zi Chen was dressed in black linen. It was another dark-skinned kid, and his appearance was almost indistinguishable. "It's him. Elder, it's him." However, Zhang Ming could recognize his voice. "These two must be Elder Lu and Elder Fong. Very well. Since you're all here, I'll send you on your way." The black figure approached again and said coldly, following which, rays of silver light appeared in front of his chest, reflecting Zi Chen's dark face. Chapter 135. The Green Summit Seal was a killing technique recorded in the Qingxia secret manual. It was extremely powerful. Once it was used, it would be like a huge mountain pressing down with endless pressure. The aura was majestic and terrifying, capable of destroying everything. As soon as the two elders appeared, Zichen made his move. Silver light flashed between his fingers like jumping elves. In an instant, the seal was completed and a brilliant light was emitted. Boom! The sky trembled as a terrifying aura erupted. Then a huge green seal fell from the sky. The seal was a few meters large, like a small mountain. It was emitting a green and silver halo, pressing down on the three of them. The appearance of the seal brought along a terrifying pressure. The heavy pressure caused the space to tremble slightly as it fell on the three of them. "Brat, you sneak attacked us as soon as you appeared. Despicable indeed." Elder Lu shouted and mobilized all the innate qi in his body. The power of this seal was terrifying, and he didn't dare to be careless. His innate qi condensed into a huge blade and flew up into the sky. It was shining brilliantly and rushed towards the seal. Swoosh! At the same time, Elder Fong also noticed the uniqueness of the seal. He waved his sleeves, and a hurricane appeared, cutting towards the seal like wind blades. The battle happened in an instant and was unbelievably fast. Zhang Ming's expression changed drastically. The terrifying pressure from the battle between three innate experts had slowed his movements. It was too late for him to escape. Swoosh! Elder Fong waved his sleeves, and Zhang Ming felt the pressure on him lessen. He was grateful and quickly escaped. A battle between innate experts was not something he could participate in. Just the aftermath of the battle was enough to destroy him. Rumble! The huge seal fell like a mountain, bringing with it a terrifying aura. The sky trembled, and the blade light shot up into the sky, shining brilliantly. However, When it came into contact with the huge seal, it instantly exploded, turning into the energy of heaven and earth and disappearing. Zichen's all-out attack, coupled with his powerful battle skill, was naturally terrifying. The blade light shattered instantly, and the seal's luster dimmed slightly. However, its momentum did not decrease as it smashed into the hurricane. The hurricane rose up into the sky and spun continuously. When it came into contact with the seal, clanging sounds could be heard. It was as if thousands of wind blades were slicing the seal at the same time. Pum, 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 pum. The hurricane in the air continued to collide with the seal, producing loud noises. Finally, with a loud explosion, the seal and the hurricane dissipated. How is that possible? Zhang Ming, who was watching from afar, was completely dumbfounded. It seemed like this black kid's battle prowess had grown even stronger. Brat, how dare you launch a sneak attack? How despicable! Elder Lu scolded angrily once again. Elder Feng's expression was extremely solemn. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a silver light flashed by. Zichen stepped on the 9 lightning vanishing thunder and turned into a streak of lightning, shooting over from the distance. His speed was as fast as lightning. After comprehending 9 lightning strikes, second lightning strikes, Zichen's speed was incomparably fast. Not to mention Xiantian realm experts. Even some true element realm experts might not be able to catch up to him. Zichen moved in the blink of an eye. His expression was cold and indifferent. Under Elder Lu's shocked gaze, he swung his fist. You. Elder Lu's expression changed drastically as he raised his palm to meet the incoming attack. The Xiantian Zhen Qi in his body surged crazily, forming a dazzling protective light barrier around him. Boom! Zichen swung his fist down. It was a dazzling silver light, carrying a strong force. This time he did not use any battle techniques, but only his physical strength. His fist was like a heavy hammer, smashing Elder Lu's protective light barrier in an instant. Following that, the latter was sent flying while vomiting blood. Elder Lu was injured in a single blow. What? Zhang Ming, who was watching from afar, was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he could tell that this black kid was indeed extraordinary. He had intentionally fought with Elder Wu for a long time. Now that the main character was here, he was going all out. Fast, too fast. Regardless of speed or attack, it was unbelievably fast. Elder Feng, who was in the advanced stage of the Xiantian realm, was unable to react in time, and Elder Lu was already injured. Die, brat! After Elder Lu was sent flying, Zhang Ming finally reacted with a roar. His surging Zhen Qi surged like raging waves. He raised his palm and layers of palm prints appeared, covering the sky and earth. The Xiantian battle technique, 10,000 illusory palms, was dozens of times stronger than the 1,000 illusory palms. It was also a famous Xiantian battle technique among the martial ancestor. Once it was used, there would be tens of thousands of palm prints in the sky. Some of them were real, while some were fake. It was impossible to tell them apart. It could be considered a powerful battle technique. Swoosh! The tens of thousands of palm prints fell, but Zichen did not care at all. The 9 passing thunder appeared again. Zichen was like a flash of lightning. His speed was strange, as if he was an illusion. He dodged to the side in an instant, dodging the palm prints, and dashed towards Elder Lu again. Boom! He threw out a punch and hit Elder Lu's cheek. The clear sound of bones cracking could be heard. The latter's frontal bone had already shattered, and half of his teeth had fallen out. Swoosh! Zichen's speed was fast. He threw out another punch after another. Like a storm, the sound of punches could be heard continuously. Due to the speed, Elder Lu did not even have time to shout. He could only hear the sound of punches, followed by the sound of bones cracking. I'll send you on your way. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and the silver light on his fist bloomed again. This time, the mountain-like aura appeared again. It was clearly just a punch, but Elder Lu felt as if a mountain was smashing towards him, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. His eyes were filled with horror and a trace of despair. He mobilized all the genuine qi in his body to form the last line of defense. However, it was useless. Zi Chen's current body was terrifyingly strong. It was even tougher than an inborn weapon. The power of this punch was not inferior to a divine weapon. Boom! His genuine qi protection was instantly shattered. At the same time, the punch landed on Elder Lu's face. In an instant, Elder Lu's head exploded. A middle-stage inborn expert was crippled after just one attack. This is impossible. Zhang Ming, who was far away, was shocked. Elder Lu was destroyed in a few breaths. Elder Fong could not even touch him. He knew that he had miscalculated. This guy did it intentionally. He could kill an elder without batting an eye, let alone him. Hence, he tapped his feet and decided to escape quickly. Unfortunately, the main culprit was here. Zi Chun would not let him live. The 9 passing lightning appeared again. Zi Chen turned into lightning and appeared before Zhang Ming in the blink of an eye. His speed was terrifyingly fast. "No, don't kill me!" Zhang Ming screamed in despair. His voice was shrill, but it stopped abruptly. An inborn sword qi pierced through his body. The latter lost all signs of life and fell to the ground. In just a few breaths of time, 2 of the 3 had died. Zi Chen turned around and looked at Elder Fong calmly. Elder Fong was an old man. He had a lot of frowns on his face, but his eyes were sharp without any signs of turbidity. At this moment, his eyes were cold and burning with anger. Killing his men in front of him was like slapping his face. "Do you only know how to run?" Elder Fong asked plainly. However, everyone could hear the coldness in his words. "Of course not. I'll send you on your way now," Zi Chen replied plainly. "Shameless boasting. If you didn't rely on your speed, I could kill you in one move." Elder Fong's tone was sharp. However, his eyes were flickering continuously. No one knew what he was thinking. "You guys from War Martial Ancestor are really shameless." That day in the spiritual herbal garden, Ling Yun plotted against everyone, including those from the same sect. After killing so many people, he only stayed in solitary confinement for half a year. This time, when he came out, he was even more cruel. "It's fine if you, as an elder, didn't stop him. However, you actually supported him. You deserve to die." Zi Chen's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Humph. That's my business from War Martial Ancestor. It's none of your business. You, on the other hand, are destined to die after killing so many of our people. As for your village, it will be implicated because of your foolish actions." Elder Fong snorted coldly. "Massacre the village?" Zi Chen said with disdain. "It's a pity that you won't have the chance. Since you've met me, it'll be your death. However, don't worry. You can be on your way first. After a while, Ling Yun will go down to accompany you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chun dashed towards Elder Fong in a flash. His fists were his greatest weapon. His strong physique was comparable to a divine weapon. The silver fist radiance with surging power pressed down on Elder Fong. "Shameless boasting. Today, I'll kill you." Elder Fong snorted coldly and used his inborn battle technique. In an instant, palm prints appeared and covered the sky. It was the 1,000 illusory palm again, the powerful inborn battle technique from War Martial Ancestor. This kind of insignificant skill is useless against me. Zi Chen didn't dodge at all this time. He was surrounded by silver light and his eyes were cold and emotionless. His fist radiance landed on Elder Fong. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, Zi Chen swung his fist and the palm prints in the sky dissipated. Wow! However, just as the palm prints dissipated, a hurricane struck. This was also an inborn battle technique. The hurricane was like a wind blade and was extremely sharp. If an ordinary person was swept up by it, they would be sliced apart by the wind blade and die a miserable death. However, Zichen wasn't afraid. He only had one move to deal with all the attacks. He raised his fist and threw it out. Boom! With one punch, the hurricane dissipated and the real wind blade dissipated into the energy of heaven and earth. What? Elder Fong couldn't stay calm anymore. Her two inborn battle techniques were easily countered by the opponent. Moreover, her opponent was only in the early stage of the inborn realm. Despite the difference of two realms, she was still suppressed by the opponent. Who exactly are you? Elder Fong's expression changed drastically as she retreated instantly. Zichen's speed was extremely fast. Like a shadow, like a ghost, like a phantom. He stuck close to Elder Fong. His eyes were emotionless. There was only murderous intent. Without a word, he threw out punches continuously. The surging qi and blood in his body surged like huge waves. Boom! Elder Fong's expression changed drastically. She threw out several inborn battle techniques, including the 1,000 illusory palm. These inborn battle techniques were all powerful inborn battle techniques from War Martial Ancestor. She could only learn them because of her status as an elder. However, at this moment, these powerful inborn battle techniques were nothing in front of Zichen. Chapter 136. Every punch of Zichen was imbued with the understanding of the Green Peak Seal. It was as heavy as a mountain. With every punch, Elder Fong was shrouded in an oppressive aura. The latter seemed to have been surrounded and had nowhere to hide. The only thing she could do was to retreat. However, Zichen was faster. He followed closely behind and punched continuously. 1,000 illusory palms! Elder Fong yelled. The aura of a late-stage inborn expert surged with the roar of a dragon and tiger. It was like a surging wave. This was the sign of the inborn, true qi going berserk. Elder Fong had been suppressed since the start of the fight. She knew that if this continued, she might really die here. The berserk inborn true qi was imbued with terrifying power. The power of the 1,000 illusory palms had also increased by several folds. Every single palm imprint seemed to be a material object. They carried a terrifying might as they began to move violently. Humph! Seeing these palm prints, Zichen snorted coldly. He formed a seal with both of his hands. The complete version of the Green Peak Seal had appeared. Rumble! The sky trembled as a huge green seal appeared. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down. The surrounding trees could not withstand the pressure and exploded instantly. Smoke and dust rose, and wood shavings flew everywhere. Fall! As Zichen pointed his finger, the Green Peak Seal fell. The surface of the seal was emitting green light. However, there was a layer of hazy silver light. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see tiny electric snakes in the silver light. After the activation of the lightning true qi, the power of the Green Peak Seal was not any weaker than the disciples who cultivated the authentic Qingxia secret technique. Boom! The huge green peak seal fell like a mountain. Its aura was stable and vigorous. The berserk 1,000 illusory palms were instantly dispersed and turned into the energy of heaven and earth. The sky trembled as the huge seal fell again. Uft! Elder Fong spat out blood and flew backward. Her eyes were filled with horror. The berserk inborn true qi was her strongest move. She did not expect it to be blocked so easily. You are not from Daling village. Who are you? Elder Fong was horrified. She stood up with blood at the corner of her mouth. I'm the one who's going to kill you, Zichen replied coldly. His killing intent didn't diminish in the slightest. His feet flashed as he charged forward. No, you are already at the early stage of the Xiantian realm. Which force nurtured such a genius? Our Jean Martial ancestor has no grudges with you. Why are you so ruthless? Elder Fong quickly retreated. At this moment, he finally understood the difference between the two parties. You guys are the ones who want to exterminate us. Don't worry, after you die, Ling Yun will quickly find you. You bunch of scum shouldn't live in this world." Zi Qin dashed forward and swung his fist. With a loud bang, Elder Fong was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her innate qi shield was destroyed with a single punch. In the past, when Ziqin fought with Wang Shan, he caught his opponent's Raging Flame sword with his bare hands. The Raging Flame sword was known to be able to cut through iron like mud, second only to the natal magic treasure. From this, it could be seen how strong Zi Chen's physique was. Furthermore, Wang Shan was also in the late stage of the Xiantian realm back then. However, he was much stronger than Elder Fong. The difference between the two of them was too big. "Don't kill me. I'm an elder of the Zhan martial ancestor. I have tens of thousands of disciples under me," Elder Fong begged. Zi Qin didn't say anything. He dashed forward again and threw a punch. "No, the Zhan martial ancestor is a branch of the martial ancestor. Killing me is equivalent to offending the martial ancestor. The wrath of the martial ancestor isn't something that you can bear. Even the force behind you can't bear it." Elder Fong raised the flag of the martial ancestor after seeing that the other party didn't care about the Zhan martial ancestor. "The force behind me has already been destroyed by the martial ancestor. I will find them sooner or later. As for you attacking the people of Deling village, I am also partly responsible. If it wasn't for me that day, I am afraid Ling Yan's plan would have succeeded. This is karma." Zi Chen's voice was cold. It was rare for him to reveal his identity. "What you?" Elder Fong's eyes flashed. Her expression kept changing. In an instant, she was shocked. "You're a member of the Nimbus martial ancestor. You're Zi Qin. Aren't you dead?" Even though he didn't go to the spiritual herbal garden that day, he heard about it from Ling Yin when he returned. It was all because of Zi Qin, who ruined his plan and killed his biological brother. Therefore, Ling Yun wanted revenge. He wanted to get rid of his dissidents so that he could prepare to take over the Zhan martial ancestor in the future. Zi Chen was just a nobody. People like Elder Fong naturally wouldn't care about him. However, news about Zi Chen had spread recently. The three forces suffered a huge loss. Even though he was dead, it still caused a huge commotion. Moreover, their sect leader even said that if Lin Fan didn't die, he would definitely be an influential figure in the future. It was unusual for him to be able to cause such a huge commotion when he was only in the true Qi realm. You're not dead. You're still alive. Even the silent jungle couldn't kill you. It seems like you're really lucky." At this moment, the shock in Elder Fong's heart was more than fear. "Before you die, I'll let you know the reason. Remember to tell Elder Lu that the one who killed him was Zi Qin." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Qin threw out a powerful punch. Boom! With one punch, everything was over. Elder Fong's chest caved in. The Xiantian light shield was broken. She fell into a pool of blood. Her eyes were still filled with shock and fear. After the two of them were dead, Ling Yun and some other ordinary disciples were next. Zi Chen was surprised to find some primary stones on the two elders' bodies. Not only that, there were quite a number of them. After dealing with the corpses, Zi Chen walked towards a big rock in the distance. Lu was lying unconscious there. "Get up!" A surge of Xiantian true Qi woke Lu up. "Follow me back to the village to get something." Zi Qin brought Lu back to Daling village. Zi Qin didn't return for the entire night. The villagers were worried. They didn't go out today and waited in the village. Zhang Shui was waiting at the entrance of the village. Although he was confident in Zi Qin, he was still worried. "Zhang Shui." Suddenly, Zhang Shui heard Zi Chen's voice. You're back." Zhang Shui was excited to see Zi Qin. However, Lu was still following behind Zi Qin. The swelling on his face had subsided, but he wasn't in good condition. "Qinzi is back." "Qinzi, you're finally back. Did anything happen? Everyone was worried when you didn't return last night." The villagers walked up. However, when they saw Lulu behind Zichin, their expressions changed. They were very cautious. "I'm here to get something today. I'll be leaving in a few days," Zichin said. "What? Chinzi, you're leaving?" The villagers were startled. Although they had a premonition that this day would come, they didn't expect it to be so fast. "Everyone, don't worry. The people who fought Martial Ancestor won't come anymore. They've already found their conscience and felt that it's enough to take the primordial stones." Chen voiced out the worries of most of the villagers. "You tell us." Chen looked at Lulu. Yes. Lu's heart trembled. Until now, he still felt like he was in a dream. When the two elders arrived, Chen knocked him out. However, when he woke up, he only saw Chen and didn't see the two elders. Moreover, there were bloodstains on the ground. He felt that something was wrong. An unbelievable result appeared in his mind. The two elders were killed. "Everyone, don't worry. We've already taken the primordial stones. This matter is over," Lulu said in a trembling voice. However, he felt very wronged. They had taken the primordial stones, but they were taken away by someone else. Hearing Lulu's words, the villagers were very happy, but also very disappointed. They all tried to persuade him to stay. Chen refused with a smile. It was time to leave. If he wanted to solve this matter thoroughly, he had to go to Songli City and eliminate Lingyan. Only there, with more resources, could Chen's strength break through. Otherwise, if his identity was exposed, he would be hunted down by the three forces again. He would definitely die. Good luck couldn't always accompany him. In the end, Chen took the bag and the raging flames soared and left. However, he didn't immediately go to Songli City. Instead, he went to the Martial Ancestor. There were many disciples involved in this matter. Chen wanted to get rid of them once and for all, so that they wouldn't harm others again. Outside the Martial Ancestor, Chen was hiding in a huge forest. In front of him was the path that the disciples of the Martial Ancestor had to pass to go down the mountain. Lu followed beside Chen. He was responsible for pointing out the accomplices, and then Chen would kill them. 2 days later, Lu found something. It's him. A disciple was walking down the mountain. He seemed to have been angered by something and was cursing. "They actually dared to mock me like this. Very well. Today I'll go find Zhao Tan to vent my anger. I don't believe that he who has already become a cripple can still have any strength. The humiliation he once gave me, I'll take it back." This disciple cursed and swore, his voice extremely loud, not holding back at all. Zhao Tan and Zhang Shui are in the same situation. Their cultivation was destroyed. They were lucky enough to survive in the spiritual herbal garden. Zhang Shui explained in a low voice. Very good, very good." Chen nodded. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, the disciple felt his whole body tremble. It was as if a cold wind blew past. "Damn it, where did this cold wind come from?" The disciple cursed and continued to move forward. However, he suddenly found that there was an extra person in front of him. He was wearing black clothes and had a dark appearance. "Black brat, how dare you block my way? Do you want to die?" The disciple shouted angrily. However, in the next moment, his vision blurred and he was unconscious. There were only a few elders involved in this matter. Almost all of them were killed by Chen. Next were the disciples. Dealing with them was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. In just a few days, Chen had killed 7 or 8 people. At the same time in the battle Martial Ancestor, the whereabouts of 3 elders and many disciples were unknown. All kinds of rumors were spreading. Many disciples who had done evil deeds were trembling in fear and did not dare to go down the mountain. Half a month later, Chen felt a strong aura from the mountain. He quickly left with Lulu. He had already asked around. The battle Martial Ancestor did not have anyone who could fly. There were only true energy realm cultivators. Therefore, when he felt this aura, Chen fled. The other party could not catch up with him. Back and forth, Zi-chun guarded the mountain gate outside the battle-martial ancestor. In almost a month, he killed most of the evil disciples and finally left. Senior brother, please let me go. I, Abdomen, have been destroyed. Even if I'm immortal, I will be expelled when I return to the sect. Chapter 137. I, Abdomen, have been crippled. The sect can't accept me, and I won't go back. Senior brother, please let me go. I'm not a threat to you at all. Zi-chen's eyes flashed coldly. Lulu's tears were falling like rain as he begged. I've done everything Senior brother asked me to do. I only hope that Senior brother will spare my life. I'm already a cripple, and I have no fate with cultivators. However, I don't want to die. The sect doesn't raise idlers. Ordinary people will be kicked out. Lulu cried and complained. He was very pitiful. Zi-chen frowned and fell into deep thought. He seemed to be hesitating. During this period of time, Lulu had testified against many people. Back then, Zi-chen was afraid that he would lie, so he asked before he attacked. However, there was no doubt that those people were evil. It could be said that Lulu was very responsible and did his best. Senior brother, I've already been crippled. I can't do evil anymore. I'm just a mortal. Senior brother, please let me go. Seeing Zi-chen hesitate, Lulu begged again. He lowered his voice and put on a humble front. All right. After a long time, Zi-chen sighed and said, Be a good mortal in the future. Don't do evil anymore. Here are some yuan stone fragments. Take them for your future use. After hesitating, Zi-chen decided to let him go. If it was in the past, he would kill Lulu without hesitation. However, after such a long time, Lulu had done his best for him. If he killed him now, it wouldn't be right. Thank you, Senior brother. Thank you, Senior brother. Lulu was very grateful. He kowtowed again and took the yuan stone fragments. All right, farewell. We'll never meet again. Zi-chen's voice was indifferent. He was already far away, turning into a flash of lightning and disappearing. He left in a carefree manner. Never meet again. Thank you, Senior brother, for not killing me. Lulu took the yuan stone and stood up from the ground. He wiped away the tears on his face. His expression was still grateful. He didn't run away quickly. Instead, he walked slowly, neither fast nor slow. What a pity. He was originally a cultivator, but now he has become a mortal. However, even mortals have mortal lives. The lives of mortals may not necessarily be worse compared to cultivators. Lulu looked up to the skies, his eyes brimming with vitality. He placed the primal stones in his chest, as if he were holding on to hope. It was as if he was already experiencing how he could use these primal stones to earn his first fortune in life. From now on, Lulu would have no fate with cultivators. For the rest of his life, there would only be two words, and that was to make money. When he was hungry, he would eat some dry food. When he was thirsty, he would drink some water. Other than the muttering at the beginning, he did not say anything else. He just walked forward as if hope was right in front of him. He left for 2 days. 2 days later, Lulu came to an open area. He could see hundreds of meters away. It was very empty and there was no one around. Ha! The light of hope in his eyes dissipated. Lulu suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. His laughter spread far and wide, scaring away some birds. Ha 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 ha! The laughter reverberated in the empty space. It was filled with grief, anger, and hatred, but there was no hint of happiness. At this moment, there was no hope in Lulu's eyes. There was only despair. As he laughed, tears flowed out of Lulu's eyes. This time, they flowed slowly, very slowly. There were only 2 drops, but they came from his heart. It was as if his soul was crying. He put away his smile, and his expression became ferocious. His eyes were filled with a murderous red light. He gritted his teeth and said, Zi-chen, it's you who harmed me. Lulu's heart was filled with anger. Zi-chen humiliated him, crippled him, and turned him into a mortal. From now on, He would no longer be able to call the wind and summon the rain. He would no longer have the means to do whatever he wanted. In the future, he would be an ant in the eyes of others. He would be disdained, an existence that could be trampled to death at will. His heart was filled with hatred, but he had been enduring. Before, in order to survive, he had done his best to work for Zichin. There was nothing to hide about this matter. If he had fallen into such a state, then others would not have it easy. Thus he racked his brains and thought of all the bad things he had done. He had bullied men and women, but they were still free and unfettered. He had asked Zichin to destroy them. On the one hand, it was to report to his superiors. On the other hand, it was because he thought that if he had a hard time, they would also have a hard time. After enduring and betraying, he finally got his reward. Under his bitter begging, Zichin let him go. Zichin, you may have let me go, but I don't intend to let you go. My entire life has been ruined. Do you think I will be grateful to you just because you gave me a few yuan stone fragments? Tui, I don't care. Lu's expression was ferocious. He muttered to himself, his eyes full of hatred. I'm a cripple, an ant in the eyes of cultivators. But, Zichin, don't be happy. You won't have it easy either. I can't kill you, and I'm not a threat to you. But there are too many threats to you. The martial ancestor, the Jean martial ancestor, Yunxia City, the Heavenly Slayer Pavilion, ha! Lu laughed again, as if he had lost control. The veins on his neck bulged as he roared, Zichin, I'll kill you. The anger in his heart needed to be vented. At this moment, Lu was like this. He urgently needed to vent. Moreover, there was no one around, so no one could hear him. I'll tell the martial ancestor that you killed all those disciples. I'll send a message to the martial ancestor that you're still alive. Lu was crying and laughing at the same time. His emotions were extremely abnormal. It was precisely because of this that he didn't notice that a figure had appeared behind him without making a sound. I thought you could endure for a few more days. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Lu. The voice was indifferent, like an ancient well. But it was this indifferent voice that made Lu's body tremble. It was as if an electric current had passed through his body. His whole body froze in an instant, and he immediately woke up from his half-crazy state. Zichin, Lu was like a robot. He slowly turned around. His expression was indescribable. Then he saw that familiar face. They had only been apart for 2 days. Zichin. Behind him was Zichin. Black clothes, black pants, black hair, black eyes, black skin. He was a black kid. Senior brother, why are you here? Lu's expression changed again and again. After a few changes, it finally turned into astonishment, as if he was very surprised. I'm waiting for you to betray me. Zichin replied indifferently. He quietly looked at the other party. His eyes were too calm. Lu had a bad feeling. From Zichin's eyes he seemed to see a word. Death. Senior brother, it's a misunderstanding. I'm just complaining. Lu's expression changed again. Tears fell down. His whole body fell to the ground with a plop, and he kept begging. He was very pitiful. Senior brother, you mustn't misunderstand. This is just a momentary complaint. Before this, I did my best for you. Almost all the bad guys were dealt with. Senior brother, you mustn't kill me. Lu was really scared. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, making thumping sounds. Zichin looked at Lu. His eyes were calm, and his voice was indifferent. You're really good at enduring. You're really shrewd. Unfortunately, you've become immortal. Otherwise, you'll definitely be someone in the future. Zichin's words were a little regretful. At the same time, he was glad that he was stronger than the other party. All the schemes and tricks in front of absolute strength were useless. If they were equal in strength, he would be the one to die if he met Lu again. Zichin, don't have ** king pretend to be virtuous. You're also a real villain. You actually followed me for 2 days. I've underestimated you. This time I miscalculated. If there's a next life, I'll naturally kill you. Looking at Zi Chen's appearance and hearing Zi Chen's words, Lu simply stopped pretending and stood up directly. Lu, I'm not very talented, but I can reach this step. It's not because of any fortuitous encounter, but because of scheming. It's a pity that you appeared halfway. Otherwise, after I killed Zhang Shuai, Senior Brother Ling Yun would see me in a new light. The opportunity would naturally come, but everything was ruined by your hands. I hate it. I thought that you were just a brat who just came out of the pugilistic world without any shrewdness. I thought that you were just a little pitiful and superfluous, but I never thought that you'd be so shrewd. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so careless. I'll hide for a week, a month, a year, and then I'll testify against you and let you die. Lu, who had torn off his disguise, was extremely rude. Anyway, he didn't have much life left. It's a pity that you won't have the chance. Zi Chen was still calm, but whether his heart was the same as his expression, only he knew. Lu fell into a pool of blood. Zi Chen left, not letting him go. This incident gave Zi Chen a deeper understanding of this continent. Kindness could be shown, but it didn't have to be shown all the time. Sometimes, when it was time to be ruthless, he must not hesitate. Even if he killed the wrong person, he wouldn't let them go. Everything was for the sake of profit. At this moment, Zi Chen seemed to think of Zhao Ken. Zhao Ken had told him this principle, but Zi Chen didn't fully understand it. As long as it was profitable and beneficial to oneself, it was something worth doing. Songli City was a big city, as famous as Yunxia City. In the southern region, Songli City was one of the 7 famous cities. The southern region was infinitely vast, almost without beginning or end. Even Zephyr Realm experts wouldn't dare to say that they could travel through the entire region. Some people guessed that there should be many forces outside the 7 major cities, but no one said it out loud. Everything was just speculation. And some mortals could only talk about a few major cities when eating because it was impossible for them to travel through all 7 cities in their lifetime. Songli City's walls were dozens of meters high and more than 10 meters wide. They were completely black. This was originally a kind of solid black stone, but after years of precipitation, the black stone had traces of white. Looking from afar, it looked like an ancient giant beast crawling on the ground. This was an ancient city that had existed for more than 10,000 years. In this city, who knew how many heroes' names were passed down? The 4 city gates were incomparably wide, enough to accommodate 8 carriages side by side. At each gate, there was an endless stream of people. Chapter 138. Seeing such a big city for the first time, Zi Chen was really shocked. He couldn't look away for a long time. The city gate was full of people and carriages. The spacious bluestone road was enough for 8 carriages to pass side by side, which was already an eye-opener for Zi Chen. In addition, there were many people dressed in different clothes. They were holding swords and various fierce weapons. It could be seen that they were not ordinary people. It could be said that this was a big city dominated by cultivators. The magnificent city had been passed down for thousands of years. The vast aura rushed to his face, which was the accumulation of years. Zi Chen was dumbfounded. He was deeply shocked by what he saw. Of course, it was also a country bumpkin who came to a big city. Country bumpkin, it's your first time in Songli City. You must be scared silly. Hee, another country bumpkin is here. It can't be helped. This is the only big city in the tens of thousands of miles around Songli City. There's so many small villages and towns. It's not strange to see country bumpkins every day. Seeing Zi Chen motionless, there were jeers coming from the side. Cultivators holding swords and sabers walked toward the city gate. After calming himself down, Zi Chen shook his head and smiled. He tidied up his bag and prepared to enter the city. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from behind Zi Chen. Following that, a strong gust of wind blew, causing Zi Chen's clothes to flutter. Chen turned his head and saw a fierce tiger coming from afar. Is this a fierce red tiger? Chen's pupils shrank slightly. The fierce red tiger was a fierce beast. Its strength was about the 6th or 7th level. Its body was covered with red hair like flames, so it was called the fierce red tiger. However, although the tiger in front of him was burning with flames, its eyes were unusually cold and suffused with black light. It was not an ordinary fierce beast, but a spirit beast. Moreover, compared to the fierce red tiger, this fierce tiger was even more mighty. Its figure was much taller than an ordinary fierce red tiger, and it was also more agile. Its entire body was filled with a terrifying aura, which made it seem even more extraordinary. Everywhere it passed, everyone would avoid it. At this moment, there was a young man sitting on the back of the tiger. He was not very old, only around 21 or 22 years old. His face was like jade, and he had a handsome appearance. However, his eyes were looking up at the sky, and there was a sense of arrogance in them. Country bumpkin, have you never seen a red tiger before? Just as the man walked past Chen, he snorted disdainfully and raised his head high. His eyes were fixed on the sky, looking insufferably arrogant. Crimson tiger. It's actually a crimson tiger, a Xiantian spirit beast. It's a rare existence, even more precious than the rock. Heavens, I didn't expect this to be the famous crimson tiger. From the looks of it, it's worth at least a few hundred origin stones, right? Bullshit. Half a year ago, the Linglong Pavilion auctioned off a scarlet tiger like this. The final price was several thousand primal stones, close to 10,000 primal stones. You really dare to ask for a mere 100 primal stones. A mere crimson tiger is actually so precious. What do you know? This crimson tiger is not like the rock. It's a rare spirit beast. It's said that it can break through to the true energy boundary, which is equivalent to a powerful true energy boundary expert. Heavens, the crimson tiger has such a background. Who is this young man riding such a spirit beast? This is equivalent to having a true energy boundary fighter. The young man riding the crimson tiger proudly walked past. There were many discussions around him, which made the young man even more arrogant. These people were all cultivators, so their eyesight was naturally extraordinary. Someone immediately recognized this young man. Quiet down. This is the Li family of Songli City. If I'm not wrong, this should be the Li family's young master Li Hua. What? Li family's Li Hua? Everyone's expression changed. Songli City was a big city. There were 2 super families that were established in Songli City and had been passed down to this day. One of them was the Li family. The Li family was the master of Songli City. They could call the wind and summon the rain and do whatever they wanted. This was really the Li family's back garden. Hearing the name Li Hua, everyone obediently closed their mouths and did not dare to talk loudly. At this time, Li Hua had already entered the city on the back of the crimson tiger. When passing through the city gate, the cold guards all nodded and bowed, their faces full of enthusiasm, which made everyone's guess true. This Li Hua is said to be very talented and loves flames. That's why he got a crimson tiger. Yeah, he reached the late Xiantian realm at such a young age. This talent is really extraordinary. I heard that young Master Li Hua is one of the organizers of this gathering of geniuses in Songli City. After Li Hua left, Chen heard some whispered discussions, and he immediately laughed involuntarily. Genius, is this really a genius? Chen shook his head and suddenly thought of Wang Shan. Wang Shan was also known as the 4th genius of Yunxia City, but he was self-proclaimed. Following the crowd, Chen walked into Songli City. Songli City was very big. The black stones on the city walls had turned white, telling of its ancient history. Stepping into the city, one could feel the antiquity of the city. The city was old and very lively. There were many buildings, all of which were 10,000 years old. Candied haws, crispy and sweet candied haws. Zhang family's steamed buns, thin skin, and stuffing. Take a bite of the oily Zhang family steamed buns. As soon as he entered the city, Zichen heard a lot of noises. Among them, there were the sounds of people hawking their wares and shouting. There were stalls selling medicinal stones, snacks, and so on. The degree of liveliness was far beyond Zichen's imagination. Not far from the city gate, Zichen saw many stalls on the roadside. Many of them were selling medicinal herbs, some are selling combat skills, and some are selling weapons. On both sides of the road, there were all kinds of colorful lights and all kinds of things. Here, spiritual herbs could be seen everywhere, many of which were hundreds of years old. Since he had nothing to do, Zichen lowered his head and observed with interest. Thousand illusory palm, a second-rate combat skill. Firmament palm. All kinds of combat skills could be seen everywhere. This made Zichen even more surprised. Obviously, he could see such goods as soon as he entered Songli City. Obviously, there were more extraordinary things in the regular shops. Coming to Songli City, besides killing Ling Yun, Zichen also wanted to find some spiritual herbs to make a breakthrough in his strength. There were spiritual herbs everywhere, so Zichen looked one by one to see if he could find something useful. Now that he was in the Xiantian realm, a mere 100-year spiritual herb was useless. He needed a 1,000-year spiritual herb. The price of spiritual herbs was not expensive. Those under 500 years old only cost a dozen primordial stones. As for those under 700 years old, it was less than a low-grade primordial stone. Along the way, Zichen saw many spiritual herbs, but he was very disappointed. There were many spiritual herbs here, but there were no 1,000-year spiritual herbs. If you want 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, go to the treasure pavilion. What are you doing here? A cultivator who had set up a stall rolled his eyes at Zichen's words. Zichen smiled awkwardly and asked for the direction of the treasure pavilion. It's your first time in Songli City, right? Go straight from here, and you'll reach it after 2 intersections. The cultivator's expression eased a lot. Zichen was grateful and was ready to leave. Young benefactor, please wait. A voice came from behind Zichen. Zichen turned around and saw a young monk walking towards him. He was wearing a kasaya, and his face was full of smiles. He looked very kind. What's the matter? Zichen's voice was indifferent, and he was a little annoyed. The other party was not old, definitely not more than 30 years old, but he called him young benefactor. Looking at his current appearance, he looked like he was 25 or 26 years old. This old monk has something here that might be of use to you, young benefactor. The young monk smiled faintly. His oversized kasaya swayed, covering his fat body. Old monk? Zichen snorted coldly and put on an old and experienced appearance as he said, "Sorry, this old man doesn't buy anything." Then, without waiting for the monk to answer, he turned and left. The young monk was stunned. Then a light flashed in his eyes. He quickly stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Old monk has a supreme secret book that can change one's appearance." The monk's voice was so low that only Zichen could hear it. "What do you mean?" Zichen stopped and looked at the young monk warily. Although his disguise was not very good, he had learned it from the people of Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion. So far, no one could see through it. However, this young monk's words had a double meaning. Obviously, he had seen through his disguise. "Young benefactor, don't misunderstand. Old monk has no other intentions. I just happened to get a supreme secret book that can change one's appearance. Since we are fated to meet today, I've decided to give it to you." The young monk was full of smiles and looked kind. He really did look like an eminent monk. "Just give it to me." Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Of course, there will be a small fee. After all, old monk wants to train in the 5 grains and Buddha also wants money for incense and oil. The young monk said with the same old-fashioned tone, "Liar." Zichen snorted and left again. Young benefactor, please wait. You and I are fated to meet. How can old monk lie? You will know once you see this supreme, secret book. The monk chased after him, the fat on his body trembling. Not interested. Zichen waved his hand and left quickly. This monk was not simple. He could see through his disguise at a glance. He did not want to be entangled with him. Young benefactor, please wait. The monk's voice rang out behind Zichen. Sorry, I'm not interested. You should find someone else. I don't have any vitality stones. Zichen moved even faster. His body was already emitting a silver light. Young friend, our meeting today is also a kind of fate. This monk will rescue you from the darkness. The monk still insisted. Don't follow me. I said, I'm not interested and I don't have any vitality stones. You can give it to me for free. Zichen said without turning his head. A silver light flashed under his feet. The 9 flashes of thunder had already appeared. After walking for a long time, he still could not shake off the other party. This monk was not simple. Zichen had a bad feeling in his heart. He suspected that the other party was from one of the 3 powers. Young benefactor, please wait. You and I are fated to meet. If I can rescue you from the darkness, why not give it to you for free? The young monk's voice still rang out behind Zichen, and just like before, it was right behind him. Stepping on the 9 flashes of thunder, Zichen's speed was much faster than an ordinary true energy boundary cultivator. But at this moment he could not shake off the fat monk. The other party was like a maggot in his bones. He could not shake them off. Cold sweat instantly appeared. Zichen had a bad feeling. Chapter 139. An unfamiliar monk saw through his disguise technique and followed him closely. He said that he would give him a supreme secret manual, but he would give it to him for free even if he didn't have primal stones. Zichen did not believe that a free lunch would fall from the sky. The other party seemed to have other motives. Whoosh! 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 Zichen had barely comprehended the true meaning of the second style of the 9 lightning deaths. Using it now, his speed was much faster than ordinary true energy realm cultivators. He was like a flash of lightning. His speed was so fast that ordinary people could not see him clearly. Even some cultivators could only see a flash of light in front of their eyes. This was already extreme speed. Young benefactor, please wait. It is fate that we met. I am willing to save you from the darkness. What's wrong with living openly? Zichen did not turn around. He did not look at the monk, but the latter's voice always sounded behind him. He did not dare to turn around, but he could imagine that the other party was less than 3 meters away. Even if he used extreme speed, Zichen could not shake him off. Cold sweat had already soaked his body. Zichen felt that something was wrong. He suspected that the other party was from one of the 3 major powers. Could it be a genius from one of the 3 major powers? The Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion does not seem like it. As for Yunxia City, it does not seem like it either. Could it be the martial ancestor? But why would the martial ancestor have a monk? Zichen was covered in cold sweat. He did not dare to turn around, nor did he dare to speak. Young benefactor, you are too stubborn. The monk said, Monk, please leave. We are not on the same path. I do not need you to save me. I still have things to do. Zichen said with difficulty. He was very nervous. No, you and I are fated. I am a good person, and I want to make friends with fated people. Today, I see you struggling in the darkness. I have to help you. Benefactor, you do not have any primal stones, so I will give you the supreme secret manual for free. I only hope that Benefactor will turn around. The young monk was still insistent. Unlike Zichen, who had transformed into a bolt of lightning, the young monk only took 1 step at a time. However, every step he took gave off the feeling of shrinking the ground into an inch. Grandmaster, I don't need to be saved. Go find someone else. There are too many people suffering right now. I can still hold on. Please leave. Chen was already scared. This monk was too strange. He kept on calling him an old monk with an air of seniority. He suspected that the other party was an old monster who had regained his youth, and his strength was unfathomable. Benefactor, please stop. This is our destiny. If I don't save you from the darkness, this old monk will not leave. The young monk was very strange. He was obviously not even 30 years old, but he acted like an old man. He was very fat and had kind eyes. Every step he took seemed to shrink the ground into an inch. His face was not red and he was not out of breath. Only the fat on his body shook like a Maitreya Buddha. Grandmaster, we are really not meant to be. I have to go. Please don't follow me. Chen was on the verge of tears. He had not expected to meet such a strange monk. He came to Songli City in high spirits, with the beautiful idea of killing Ling Yun and the beautiful desire to improve his strength. He came with confidence, but he never thought that on his first day in the city, he would encounter such a strange monk. Alas, benefactor, why do you have to do this? The monk sighed. Grandmaster, you are merciful. Please let me go. Hearing the other party's sigh, Chen thought that the other party had relented. In that case, this old monk has no choice but to take action. When no one can understand kindness, only strength can do good. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? As soon as the voice fell, Chen felt a cold wind behind him. It seemed that someone was approaching. Then he felt a big hand pressing down on his shoulder. Grandmaster, you're mistaken. Feeling the strong wind behind him, Chen's expression changed. He had no choice but to take action. With a low shout, he turned around in an instant. His body was surrounded by a dazzling silver light. Lightning Jinqi was madly surging as he threw out a punch. This punch was like a mountain. It was as if a huge mountain had appeared, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. The monk's expression did not change. He stretched out his hand and blocked the fist. At the same time, he shouted the name of Buddha. Amitabha. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Chen felt as if his mountain had crashed into a steel fortress. Not only was it indestructible, but there was also a strong rebounding force. His fist light was instantly scattered. At the same time, he was sent flying. His internal organs were in turmoil, and his Zhenqi was in chaos. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chen was shocked to the point of spitting out blood. Who the hell are you? Chen looked at the monk with a face full of shock. The other party was not old, but his strength was ridiculously strong. Just a simple palm strike had injured him. Amitabha, this old monk is the one who will bring you out of the shadows. The monk put his palms together and looked solemn. His body was emitting a faint golden light, like a great Buddha who had achieved success in cultivation. He stood there, and his aura was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. His body was emitting a faint golden light, and he looked solemn as he blocked Lin Fan's way. Chen turned around, only to find that he had unknowingly walked into a dead end. This was a dead end. Bald monk, you forced me into a dead end. Are you trying to silence me? Chen's eyes turned cold. Obviously, he did not think that this solemn-looking guy would be easy to deal with. Benefactor, you're mistaken. This old monk is a monk, not a bald monk. As soon as the monk finished speaking, he stepped forward. He was obviously very young, but he called himself an old monk, acting like an old man. Damn bald monk, you want to kill me? Then you won't have it easy. Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was time for him to go all out. His fingers formed seals rapidly. Each of his fingers seemed to be cast with a silver light. The silver light was dazzling and unusually flexible like a jumping elf. In an instant, the seal was completed. There was a loud explosion in the sky, and a huge seal fell from the sky. It was surrounded by a green light and gave off a silver glow. It gave off a terrifying aura as it smashed towards the monk's head. Benefactor, Your murderous intent is too strong. Seems like you've been in the shadows for too long. The monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. He walked forward, ignoring the huge seal on his head. Boom! The huge seal landed with a terrifying force on the other party's head. The huge seal dissipated, but the monk did not stop and continued to walk forward. The huge seal that could kill an inborn expert did not hurt the other party at all. Green Peak Slash. Zi-Chin did not have time to be shocked. Silver light surged around his body like thousands of sharp blades. The silver light condensed in front of him and turned into a huge green sword that rushed towards the monk. Benefactor, why do you have to do this? The monk had a solemn expression. With a smile on his face, he easily struck out with his palm. A faint golden light flickered. The moment the sword light came into contact with the palm, it dissipated into the energy of heaven and earth. The monk was still unharmed. Die, you damn bald monk. At this moment, either you die or I die. Zi-Chin was no longer merciful. With a flash, he stepped on the thunder and lightning and rushed towards the monk with extreme speed. The blood and qi in his body roared like huge waves. The awakening of a true dragon. Zi-Chin struck out with his fist. His entire fist turned silver as if it was made of silver essence. It was dazzling and carried a terrifying aura as it struck towards the monk. Under the strike, the space distorted and let out an ear-piercing sound of air exploding. Clang! Rays of golden light surged from the monk's body. He waved his palm and blocked Zi-Chen's fist. Moreover, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. At the same time, a repulsive force pushed Zi-Chen back. Benefactor, you have stayed in the shadows for too long. It seems that this old monk has no choice but to risk his life to help you. The monk had already made his move. Previously, he was defending. This time, he took the initiative to attack. He lightly struck out with his palm, but it carried a vast aura. A terrifying pressure shrouded Zi-Chen, causing his movements to become extremely sluggish. Zi-Chen shouted. The thunder and lightning qi in abdomen continued to surge. At the same time, the vigorous blood and qi in his body also emitted the sound of huge waves. He swung his fist and struck out with all his might. Thunderbolt finger. At the same time, Zi-Chen shouted again. Numerous thunderbolts surged out from his body like thunder dragons. They carried the terrifying power of thunder and lightning as they rushed towards the monk. Oh! The monk's expression changed slightly when he saw the thunderbolts around Zi-Chen. However, the smile on his face did not fade. He waved his palm and struck out. Boom! The thunderbolts dissipated when they came into contact with the palm. They collapsed immediately and turned into the energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, the palm moved towards Zi-Chen with terrifying power. Puff! Zi-Chen spat out blood and flew backwards. He felt a burning pain in his hands. The attack just now almost crippled him. You old bald donkey! Zi-Chen cursed angrily. Benefactor, I'd better save you. Your demonic roots have been deeply planted. They must be removed so that you don't fall into the demonic path. The monk struck out again. It was still light and seemingly powerless. However, it had the power of Mount Tai. Zi-Chen resisted it with difficulty. However, it was useless. He spat out blood and flew backwards again. Crack! When the third palm landed, Zi-Chen's hands were actually broken. He could not help but tremble in pain. However, he did not scream. This place was blocked. Zi-Chen had nowhere to retreat. He was firmly suppressed by the monk and could not escape. Benefactor, you should be cultivating a tough cultivation technique, right? Unfortunately, even though the cultivation technique is strong, things will always move in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. It just so happens that this old monk has a supreme secret scripture that can help you. The monk looked solemn and smiled. However, no matter how Zi-Chen looked at it, He felt that the monk's smile was strange and terrifying. With just a few simple attacks, he had crippled him and even broken the bones of his incomparably confident self. Moreover, the web between his thumb and index finger was cracked. It was obvious that the monk's physique was even more terrifying. "Damn bald donkey, what are you trying to do?" Zi-Chun lay on the ground. His hands were broken and throbbing with pain. He gritted his teeth and did not scream. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. "I want to save you, benefactor." The monk's face was solemn and full of smiles. He was very fat and looked like a Maitreya Buddha. However, he was not benevolent and his attacks were ruthless. Bang! Bang! The good-natured man attacked again. He was very decisive and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from Zi-Chen's body. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Things that are too rigid will break easily. He had a benevolent countenance and a dignified appearance. His entire body emitted a faint golden light, making him look like a great Buddha. However, his attacks were incomparably swift and fierce, almost crippling Zi-Chen. The bones in his body were almost broken. Even Zi-Chen couldn't help but cry out in pain. Chapter 140. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Zi-Chen knew he was finished. He recalled the evil people he had punished and what happened to them at that time. But today, he finally met someone even more evil. He couldn't keep his life, but what made him depressed was that he actually met an evil monk. His luck was really heaven-defying. Everyone knew that monks were kind, but this was the first time Zi-Chen met a monk and he met an evil one. "Benefactor, your physique is very special and so is your cultivation method. It's just that it's too hard. This is not a good sign. Hard things break easily. This old monk can help you." The monk grinned, but his hands were ruthless. With an expressionless face, he broke Zi-Chen's leg again. "Damn bald donkey, do you break people's bones to save them?" Zi-Chen was about to die of anger. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. He was obviously doing something evil, but he was so solemn and dignified. He even put on a look of, "I'm helping you." "Benefactor, you've misunderstood me. If I don't go to hell, who will? Just let it be a misunderstanding. This old monk knows that I'm saving people. Buddha will see it." The monk's hand emitted a faint golden light as he broke Zi-Chen's other leg bone again. At this point, Zi-Chen's bones were all broken. He could no longer move. Bursts of pain almost made him pass out. "Damn bald donkey, if there's an afterlife, I won't let you go." Zi-Chen was in despair. His whole body was surging with monstrous hatred. "Benefactor, you're wrong. You'll definitely be grateful to me. Unfortunately, you're destined to not have an afterlife." The monk was still smiling, but his smile was even wider. After that, he reached into his bosom and took out a green porcelain bottle. He poured out a pill from it and said with a smile, "Benefactor, this is a supreme treasure pill. It can reconnect your limbs with both hardness and gentleness. From now on, you won't have any problems with your cultivation." After saying that, the monk was about to let Zi-Chen swallow the pill. At this moment, Zi-Chen was speechless. He seriously suspected that this monk had lost his mind. After crippling him, he actually still wanted to save him. Moreover, he even took out a supreme treasure pill. The treasure pill exuded a faint fragrance that was somewhat familiar. When Zi-Chen swept his gaze over it, he almost exploded in anger. How was this a treasure pill? It was just an ordinary qi recovery pill. Moreover, it was the cheapest kind. A year ago, Zi-Chen had swallowed an entire bottle in one gulp. The monk pointed his finger, and the pill was swallowed by Zi-Chen. Then, the golden light emitted from his finger, and he pointed at Zi-Chen. "Benefactor, this is a supreme secret technique that this old monk cultivates. It can speed up the refinement of the pellet and speed up your recovery." The monk grinned like a Maitreya Buddha. His finger was shining with golden light as he pointed continuously. Suddenly, Golden energy flowed into Zi Chen's body like water. This golden energy continuously flowed into his body, causing him to feel the pain lessen by a lot. Benefactor, with my unmatched precious pill and unmatched technique, your bones will be both tough and soft. From now on, your cultivation path will be unimpeded. This is a great merit. The monk's precious appearance was dignified. He was grinning from ear to ear, appearing extremely happy. Could it be that he really came to save me? As the pain lessened, Zi Chen's expression eased a lot. Looking at the monk's smiling face, he was somewhat doubtful of himself. But that is indeed an ordinary qi recovery pill. The color is the same, the smell is the same. Moreover, when it enters the body, there is no feeling at all. Could it be that this is what a treasure pill looks like? But my eyes are bad and I can't see it. The monk was very serious. Every place where his bones were broken would release a golden energy. This made Zi Chen feel very comfortable. Now, Zi Chen was doubting himself. Could it be that he had misunderstood the monk? When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Could it be that my body is really like this? Although it is tough, when it reaches an extreme, it will bring about the opposite effect. Zi Chen was not confident in his heart. The monk was really trying to save him. He had heard of this before, but he did not understand what it meant. However, when he heard the monk's words, Zi Chen was so angry that his eyes spat fire and his body emitted smoke. Benefactor, the supreme treasure pill and supreme secret technique will cost a total of 1,000 primeval stones. The monk was smiling. After saying 1,000 primeval stones, his mouth was about to split open. Zi Chen could already see the other party's back molars. This is AF * king robbery. 1,000 primeval stones. Zi Chen was so angry that he wanted to cry. He finally understood everything. The monk was not trying to save him. He was clearly doing business. The monk broke his body, fed him a qi recovery pill, injected him with a few golden energies, and asked for 1,000 primeval stones. Robber, robber! Zi Chen roared in his heart. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was really unlucky to encounter such a thing. This was worse than robbers and bandits. People said that robbers and bandits were scary. Now, Zi Chen knew that this evil monk was even scarier. Benefactor! This old monk sees that your expression is not right. Is the price too expensive? Don't worry, this old monk is a monk. I don't cheat anyone. Last time, the young man also gave me 1,000 primeval stones, just like you. The monk added, remember, it's primeval stones, not those broken primeval stones. Puff! Zi Chen could not hold back and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. It almost sprayed on the monk's face, but the latter dodged it. This made Zi Chen very depressed. I don't have any primeval stones. Zi Chen turned his head, but his heart was sullen. What the hell is going on? I was beaten to a pulp, and I still have to give him 1,000 primeval stones. Are all kidnappers nowadays kidnapping people like this? Hearing the monk's words, someone had paid primeval stones. He silently mourned for that person. You don't have any primeval stones? The monk was stunned. The smile on his face disappeared for the first time. He said solemnly, that's impossible. You used a disguise technique because you don't want others to see your true face. There must be a reason. It's impossible for someone like you to not have any primeval stones. Every one of you should be very rich. The monk's serious expression almost made Zi Chen spit out a second mouthful of blood. I don't have any primeval stones. Not even one. You don't have any? Then this old monk will take a look. The monk squatted down again, then took Zi Chen's bag and looked through it seriously. What kind of world is this? Even monks are robbers. Seeing the monk's serious expression, Zi Chen wanted to cry. He was actually robbed by a monk. So little. The monk took out dozens of primeval stones from Zi-Chen's bag. He frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied. He muttered, "These primeval stones can't even buy that treasure pill. Did this old monk really miscalculate? Or is it fate? Bullsh *T, you damn bald donkey. That is obviously a chi recovery pill, the cheapest kind. One primeval stone can buy 10,000 bottles." Zi-Chen roared. It affected his wound and made him grimace for a while. "Benefactor, you are mistaken. You must not be fooled by its appearance. Although it looks like a chi recovery pill, it has the effect of a treasure pill. You must believe in it." The monk held all of Zi-Chen's belongings in one hand and put his other hand in front of his chest. He said seriously, "You are a bandit. That is all of my belongings." Zi-Chen wanted to cry, but had no tears. He couldn't hold it in and spat out blood again. "Benefactor, you are wrong. This old monk took out a treasure pill and used a supreme, secret technique. It consumed a lot of energy. Although it was just for a short while, it would take at least 10 years of lifespan. I only asked you for a few thousand primeval stones." The monk said, "Monk, tell me which temple you are from. I want to remember you." Zi-Chen didn't know what kind of expression he had. This monk simply made him speechless. "Amit Ba, monks don't ask where I come from. I am wholeheartedly good and never ask for anything in return." Zi-Chen was about to die from anger after talking to the monk. He roared, "If you don't want anything in return, then leave my primeval stones there and quickly leave." The monk shook his head and said, "I can't leave. Although I don't ask for anything in return, Buddha wants incense money." This old monk lost a treasure pill and 10 years of lifespan just for Buddha's incense money. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? "Enough, monk. Don't talk to me about the treasure pill, or I will be angry with you." "All right then, let's talk about the primeval stones." The monk was very serious and said, "Benefactor, there are only a few dozen primeval stones here. It's still far from 1,000. What are you going to do?" "Bullshit, what am I going to do? If you have the ability, then kill me. I don't have any more primeval stones. All my belongings have been taken away by a monk who drinks blood. I really don't know which temple burned the wrong incense to give birth to a monk like you, an evil monk." Zi-Chen roared, "Benefactor, you are wrong. If you don't have any primeval stones, you can use items to pay for it. You can give up the treasure pill and your lifespan, but you must pay for Buddha's incense money." The monk's eyes turned and saw the long sword wrapped in a long cloth beside Zi-Chen. He reached out and grabbed the long sword. The long cloth fell, and in an instant, the raging flame's sword appeared in front of him. It was still in the scabbard, but the raging flame's sword emitted a bright red light like a burning flame. "Not bad, good sword." The monk's eyes lit up. That look in his eyes was hard to describe. It was like a prostitute seeing a naked beauty, like a beggar seeing a mountain of gold. The monk's eyes were very cunning. At first glance, he could see that Zi-Chen was in disguise. Now that he saw the sword hilt, he knew that it was a good sword. With a clang, the raging flame's sword appeared and dyed the surroundings red. The red light was like a burning cloud, burning half the sky. The long sword emitted a cold light in all directions. The tip of the sword was cold, and it emitted an oppressive aura. "It is indeed a good sword." The monk's eyes lit up as he praised. After a while, the monk was done admiring the sword and said, "Although the quality of this sword is not good, the material is not good, the appearance is not good, the sharpness is not good enough, the length is not good enough, the softness is not good enough, but I will reluctantly accept it." "Monk, you are so happy that your mouth is open to your ears. If it is not good enough, then give me the sword. I will give you 1,000 primeval stones in the future." Zi-Chen was speechless. He seriously suspected that the reason why the monk stopped him was because of this sword. "Haha, benefactor, you must be joking. I am happy because I have done another good deed. If Buddha knows, he will be happy. As the saying goes, Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. The monk smiled from ear to ear, revealing 2 rows of molars. If Buddha knows, he will be angered to death. You are scum, evil monk. Which temple did they burn the wrong incense for you to appear? Zichen roared. Sigh, if I don't go to hell, who will? Benefactor, please don't be fooled by the appearance. The monk sighed, but he was still smiling. Benefactor, you and I are fated. After today, our fate has come to an end. We will meet again in the future. After keeping the primeval stones, the monk took the raging flame sword and was about to leave. Monk, do you dare to tell me your name? Zichen shouted as he lay on the ground. The dried food beside him was thrown to the ground. This monk had no morals at all. Haha, I never ask for anything in return for my good deeds. Today, our fate has come to an end. We will meet again in the future. Meet my ass. Monk, where is the supreme secret manual that you said you would give me? Zichen cursed. Oh, I have sinned. I almost forgot about it. The supreme secret manual is here. The monk slapped his forehead and grinned, revealing his molars. Chapter 141. The secret book was wrinkled and looked very old. It looked like an ancient book. Benefactor, this supreme secret book was obtained by this old monk in an ancient ruin. Unfortunately, it was similar to the Buddhist cultivation method, so this old monk couldn't practice it. Today, this old monk is fated to meet you, so this supreme secret book is specially presented to you. At the mention of the secret book, the monk's expression became very dignified. He held the secret book with both hands very solemnly. Benefactor, this is a great opportunity. Congratulations on obtaining this supreme secret book. In the future, your path of cultivation will definitely be broad and smooth. The monk handed over the secret book. He didn't expect the monk to really have a secret book. Moreover, the previous grin on his face was replaced by a very dignified expression. This made Zichen unable to see through the monk. Moreover, the secret book was wrinkled and had an ancient color. It was somewhat similar to the 9 lightning passing thunder that the Supreme Elder gave him, except that it didn't have a bug's eye. The monk's solemnity made Zichen very curious. He subconsciously glanced at the supreme secret book. However, when he saw the words on the supreme secret book, he almost vomited blood and fainted. Those were not ancient words at all, but modern words. There was no ancient meaning in them at all. Zichen recognized them at a glance. On the surface of the secret book, there were 3 big words written in a square shape. Firmament Palm. It was a second-rate battle skill, used by the True Chi realm. It wasn't even a Xiantian battle skill, so how could it be a supreme secret book? It turned out to be the most common battle skill. The reason why it turned yellow was that it had been kept for a long time. This damn monk must have kept it in his arms for a long time. Seemingly knowing that he was in the wrong, the monk left quickly after putting down the supreme secret book. Benefactor, we'll meet again if fate wills it. The monk left quickly. At the same time his voice sounded, your bones will recover soon. Don't use your true chi for a while to avoid dislocation of your bones. Monk, Aleph asterisk CK you. Zichen cursed mercilessly. His saliva splattered all over the place. This time he was really done for. He fell in the hands of a greedy monk. He fell completely. Monk, I'll F asterisk CK your whole family. Zichen cursed madly. His spittle sprayed everywhere like drizzling rain. Monk, which F asterisk king temple burned the wrong incense and burned you out? Zichen cursed angrily. He was furious. This time, he had lost completely in the hands of a monk. Motherf asterisk cur. Everyone says that nothing goes well when meeting a monk. This is the first time I, Zichen, have met an evil monk. Zichen cursed loudly, venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. In the distance, some people poked their heads out, but they didn't dare to approach. They had sensed the energy fluctuations and came over. But when they saw Zichen lying in the alley and cursing, they tactfully left. Zichen cursed for a full hour before he slowly sat up and grimaced. This mother *king monk is really ruthless. Don't let me see him again. Otherwise, I'll definitely give him a hard and soft treatment. Zichen moved his body. His bones emitted cracking sounds as he felt some pain. But it seems that my body really does feel a lot better. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Zichen felt that his physique had become stronger. Moreover, it really felt smooth, as if it was a combination of hard and soft. Bah! It must be an illusion. This damn monk came for the raging flame sword. He definitely doesn't have good intentions. Will he help me? Zichen dispelled the illusion in his heart. At the same time, the true qi in Abdomen's body surged. The vigorous blood and qi surged. Zichen's body resounded with the sound of monstrous waves. Before the monk left, he said that Zichen wouldn't be able to use his true qi for a few days. But in just a short hour, Zichen could use his true qi. If the monk was here, he would definitely be shocked. In the next moment, he would probably cut Zichen open to find out the reason. It's all thanks to the mysterious heart. Zichen rejoiced in his heart. Previously, there was energy constantly escaping from the heart, quickly repairing his body. This allowed Zichen to completely recover in a little more than an hour. Zichen reached into his chest and took out a golden stone. It was about the size of a fist and was extremely heavy. This was something that he had picked up in the lightning field. Zichen had always kept it on him and didn't put it in his bag. Fortunately, that evil monk didn't search me. Otherwise, it would be over. After taking out the golden stone, Zichen also saw the black armor. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. The other party's target was only the raging flame sword, and on his body the golden stone was probably not cheaper than the raging flame sword. As for the black armor, although he didn't find anything special about it, if Zichen's suspicions were correct, it was the thing that the three powers wanted. I almost lost my life for it. I had to flee for more than half a year. I must keep it well. Zichen put the black armor away. The supreme secret manual, the firmament palm, was thrown aside. It was wrinkled. Looking at the back, it looked like an ancient book. Damn monk, you tricked me with the firmament palm and cheated me of my raging flame sword and vitality stones. Zichen cursed again and kicked the secret manual. Pum! The secret manual flew up and smashed into the wall, then fell down. Humph! It didn't break. Zichen coldly snorted. Unexpectedly, the secret manual didn't break. He took 2 steps forward and then fiercely stomped on the 3 words firmament palm until they were smashed into pieces. Humph! Coldly snorting again, Zichen turned around and was about to leave. However, he still felt unhappy in his heart. Dozens of vitality stones and a divine weapon were exchanged for such a broken secret manual. Zichen turned around and picked up the secret manual from the ground. He was about to tear it into pieces. Rip! Page by page, Zichen tore the papers into shreds, turning them into scraps of paper. I'll tear it! The thin secret manual was torn into pieces by Zichen. Pieces of paper flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the entire secret manual was about to be torn into pieces. Suddenly, Zichen exclaimed, "Hey, what's going on?" All the papers were torn into pieces, but Zichen couldn't tear the last page. This paper was very ordinary, just like the previous ones, but it was abnormally tough. Zichen tore it a few times, but still couldn't tear it. Break for me. Zichen was furious. What was wrong with him today? He couldn't even tear a piece of paper. He was really unlucky. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen increased his strength again, but the paper still didn't break. It was very tough. Buzz! Zichen was angry. He was burning with anger. He was determined to tear this thing apart. His body flashed with silver light, and the blood in his body kept surging. His hands were shining with silver light as he exerted his strength. Rip! There was a soft sound, like the tearing of golden silk. However, the paper was safe and sound. What was torn was the silver light on Zi-Chen's hands. It was cut by the sharp paper and instantly shattered. Then, the paper pierced his skin and entered his flesh. Hiss! Zi-Chen sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned. At this moment, he was really a fool if he still couldn't see that there was something strange about this paper. It was a thin piece of paper, but it was filled with words. They were all modern words, and Zi-Chen could recognize them all. There was nothing special about it, but its toughness had exceeded Zi-Chen's expectations. Its sharpness had far surpassed the raging infernal sword. One had to know that back then, when the raging flame sword had slashed his hand, it had only left a shallow cut. However, this piece of paper had directly pierced into his skin. The paper was emitting a yellow light. It looked very old, but it was unusually sharp. There were bloodstains on the edge of the paper. This was Zi-Chen's blood. The blood flowed along the edge of the paper and seeped into the paper. Looking left and right, up and down, Zi-Chen couldn't see anything special about it. Besides its toughness and flexibility, this thing was useless. There was nothing special about it. Buzz! When all the blood had seeped into the paper, it suddenly began to tremble. It kept trembling as if it was going to fly out of Zi-Chen's hand. Zi-Chen's expression changed. He put more strength in his hand. Rays of silver light flashed as he firmly grasped the paper in his hand. Buzz! The paper kept trembling, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. It was as if it was going to break free and break through the air. One hand wasn't enough. Zi-Chen stretched out two hands and firmly grasped the paper. The silver light was like two steel pliers, tightly and firmly grasping. The paper kept trembling, as if it was going to break through the air. The surface of the paper emitted a faint golden light. The golden light was very faint. It was emitted from the words, and the golden light became brighter and brighter. After that, Zi-Chen saw the yellowed paper disappear silently. The modern words were like ice and snow, quietly melting, leaving no trace behind. Is this a kind of seal? Zi-Chen frowned. His eyes were shining. This seemed to be a kind of seal. By chance, Zi-Chen used his blood to break it. All the words on the paper melted and disappeared. At the same time, the slightly thick paper became as thin as a cicada's wing. It shone brightly as if it was made of gold. It was dazzling. This was a magical scene that exceeded Zi-Chen's knowledge. The previous ordinary paper disappeared, and in its place was a ball of light. This ball of light was about the size of a palm. It shone with golden light, and at this moment it was in Zi-Chen's palm. The golden light overflowed like a ball of flowing golden water. Just what is this thing? The dazzling golden light shone so brightly that Zi-Chen couldn't open his eyes. At the same time, Zi-Chen felt a pain in his palm, as if something had bitten him. Then, Zi-Chen felt the blood in his body begin to flow faster and then gather in his right hand. It was like a circulating stream that had found an opening. The golden light was like a large mouth, constantly sucking in Zi-Chen's wound, causing blood to gush out. Even with Zi-Chen's vigorous blood qi, this kind of consumption was too much for him to bear. The golden light became even more dazzling, and at the same time, more blood was absorbed by the golden light. Zi-Chen kept swinging his right hand, trying to circulate the Zhen qi in his body, but to no avail. The golden light was like a huge mouth that was biting down on his hand, refusing to let go. Zi-Chen had lost too much blood. Fortunately, he had a vigorous qi and blood. If it were someone else, they would have already fainted or even died. Just what is this strange thing? Chapter 142. The golden light was like a monster, tightly biting onto Zi-Chen and constantly devouring his blood. The speed at which he was bleeding was terrifying. It was like a small stream flowing out. After a quarter of an hour, he could no longer hold on due to the excessive blood loss. He saw stars and his thoughts became chaotic. He could faint at any time. This was because his heart was constantly supplying him with blood. If it were anyone else, even if they were a true energy boundary existence, they would have been sucked dry by the golden light. But even so, Zichen felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Just as his body swayed and was about to fall, the golden light finally stopped devouring, as if it had absorbed enough blood. Even after absorbing blood that was several times that of a normal person, the golden light was still shining brightly. Occasionally, one could see something that looked like blood vessels emerging from it. It looked like a small meridian, but it also looked like a blood snake that was swimming in it. Kacha! Immediately after, a clear shattering sound rang out in Zichen's mind. It was as if something had been shattered. Words that emitted a golden glow suddenly appeared in his mind. These words were very ancient. Even though Zichen knew some ancient words, he found that he couldn't understand them at all. They were difficult to understand and were very mysterious. Each word seemed to be formed by many ancient words and could be separated. There was no vast melody, no voice from ancient times, and no expert speaking. There were only these 100 or so ancient words that filled Zichen's mind. But these ancient words were like a world of their own. They were filled with a vast aura, profound and unfathomable. Zichen couldn't understand these words at all. The more he looked, the more confused he became. At the same time, his mind became dizzy and he couldn't stay awake. What is this? Zichen frowned. He didn't understand. These ancient words constantly revolved in his mind, shining with a golden light. The 100 or so words revolved, forming a circle. At the same time, they constantly intersected, as if they were forming something. Zichen focused his mind and tried to look again. The golden light pierced his mind, almost causing him to collapse. Braving the danger of his soul dissipating, Zichen finally saw what the 100 or so words were forming. A picture. The ancient characters split up and formed golden lines. These lines formed a diagram of the human body's meridians. This was a secret cultivation diagram that guided the flow of true qi in the body. It was very complicated and involved many meridians. There were also many small meridians that filled every part of the body. The heavenly lightning body tempering art was created for tempering the body, and the meridians involved were very complicated. However, Zichen discovered that this golden meridian diagram involved a wider, more complicated and more comprehensive range. If the heavenly lightning body tempering art was an acquired technique that was created to temper the body, then the human meridian map was an innate existence. It was precisely because of its appearance that there was the saying of tempering the body. Essence, primordial yin, and physique are the foundation of a human being. That's why Xiantian is called Xiantian essence. Physique is the foundation of a human. The ancient characters separated, forming a diagram of the human body's meridian channels. At the same time, Zichen was able to somewhat understand the ancient characters that had been separated. There were over 100 characters that recorded the foundation of one's body, as well as how to temper one's body. It was just over 100 characters, but it was very difficult to understand. Zichen pondered for a long time. After another half an hour, Zichen finally opened his eyes. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. This was a body tempering technique, but it was not an orthodox cultivation technique. It was a secret technique that was extensive and profound. It could be perfectly integrated with any body tempering technique to temper a perfect body. This is really a supreme secret technique. Ha ha. Zichen opened his eyes and burst into laughter. That damned monk obviously did not expect this. Zichen was not clear about the value of the secret technique, but he could guess that the value of a secret technique that could perfect one's body was definitely not something tangible could compare with. At the very least, it was not something that could be bought with a mere raging flame sword and dozens of primordial stones. Ha ha, That damned monk will probably cry when he knows about this. Zi-Chun burst into laughter. His previous suffocation was swept away. He felt extremely comfortable in his heart. He was already thinking about that damned monk's expression when he knew about this. Damned monk! I look forward to our next meeting. Zi-Chun laughed and turned around to leave. This place was not suitable for him to stay for long. However, after taking a few steps, he walked back. His whole body emitted a silver light and shot out a silver energy. A moment later, all the paper on the ground turned into nothingness. Zi-Chun then left. Haha, damned monk, you went for wool and came back shorn. I look forward to your expression. Zi-Chun's heart was extremely happy. The monk had originally schemed against him, but this time he had given him another kind of opportunity and obtained a supreme, secret technique. Zi-Chun was overjoyed. Boom! Rumble! Suddenly, the sky shook and the earth trembled. Zi-Chun's body swayed and he almost fell down. What's going on? An earthquake? Zi-Chun frowned. Boom! A monstrous pressure fell from the sky. A crazy aura rolled out in all directions. It was as if a god had descended to the mortal world, engulfing Tsangli City. Tsangli City had been passed down for thousands of years and had a profound heritage. However, at this moment, a crazy aura surged and directly shrouded the city. The ancient city began to tremble, and the earth trembled as if thousands of soldiers and horses were trampling on it. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Plop! Plop! The terrifying pressure almost knocked down half of the people in Tsangli City. Even Zi-Chun's body swayed. If not for his Xiantian Jin Qi and his strong physique, he would have fallen to the ground. What a terrifying aura! It's even stronger than the Imperial Sky Technique. Zi-Chun's face changed greatly. This aura was too powerful, far stronger than the Imperial Sky Technique. Moreover, it shrouded the entire Tsangli City. It was too terrifying. Who is it? Who is it? Suddenly, a roar resounded through the entire Tsangli City. The roar contained endless anger and violent fluctuations. More than half of the people in the city directly fainted under the sound waves. Puff! Zi-Chun spat out a mouthful of blood. That was just a sound wave aimed at cultivators. Mortals would only faint from the sound wave. However, the same could not be said for cultivators. The stronger they were, the stronger the sound wave would be. Who is it? Who is it? Another roar was heard. This time, Zi-Chun was prepared. With his Xiantian Zhen Qi and vigorous Qi and blood, he was able to resist. The ancient city trembled, and a terrifying roar came out. The first roar made all the mortals in the city faint and injured more than half of the cultivators. The second roar made many cultivators faint. What the hell is going on? Why is there such a strong roar? Isn't this Tsangli City? What the hell is going on? Why is such a strong expert comparable to a sect master so angry? All the people who were still conscious were horrified. They looked around, and those who were lying on the ground, unconscious, did not know what to say. The sky above Tsangli City was constantly distorting. Some birds were flying in the sky, but they were instantly turned into a bloody mist by the distorting space. Nothing was left of them. This is too scary. Zi-Chun's face changed. The second roar almost made him vomit blood. He did not know why, but he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Withstanding the great pressure between heaven and earth, Zi-Chun walked out of the alley. The street was very spacious, with many houses and cultivators. However, after Zi-Chun appeared, he did not see a single person. Everyone was lying on the ground, completely unconscious. There was no lack of cultivators among them. The terrifying pressure shrouded the world. It was not good to stay here for a long time. Zi-Chun hurriedly left. His inexplicable spiritual sense was always useful. Zi-Chun hurriedly left. A moment later, a golden ray of light flew from afar. It was very fast, even faster than Zi Chen's 9 flashes of lightning. After a few flashes, the golden ray of light had already arrived at the entrance of the alley. When the golden light dissipated, a monk appeared. He was wearing a large cassock and was surrounded by golden light like a Maitreya Buddha. However, after seeing the empty alley, the monk's face changed instantly, and the smile on his face disappeared. "Where is he? Where is he?" The monk's eyes widened, and his expression became extremely terrible. I clearly broke his bones. Although I used Buddhist energy to heal it, it will take several hours for him to move. It has only been 2 hours. Where is he? Seeing no one, the monk's expression became extremely ferocious, and he had an impulse to kill. He turned into a golden light again and rushed to all the places in the alley where people could hide, but there was nothing. "Where is he? F***CK, where is he?" The monk also burst out cursing. He was flustered and exasperated, and he wanted to slap himself a few times. "I've been catching ghosts my whole life. I've caught countless great ghosts and ghost kings, but I was tricked by a F***king little ghost. My supreme secret technique." The monk had the urge to cry, and he kept cursing. F***CK, what kind of world is this? I felt that something was wrong. Why is this broken secret technique in the arms of a good-for-nothing? I had to take it, and I was depressed for a long time. It was not easy to find a fat sheep, but in the end, I picked up a sesame seed and lost a watermelon. The monk hugged his head with both hands. If he had hair, it would have been consumed by him. He squatted on the ground and was very regretful. He wanted to take out a knife and cut off his hands. For a broken sword, which is not even a magical weapon, I gave away a priceless secret technique. What kind of F***king world is this? Buddha, I burn incense every day and leave incense money for you every day. Although there is no offering, there is not enough time. I will make up for it in the future. But why are you doing this to me? The monk looked up at the sky, and his eyes were emitting a bloodthirsty red light. He really had the urge to kill. That F***king brat. Why the F***ck did he disguise himself in front of me? The monk was about to break down. A supreme secret technique was lost just like that. Although he did not know what kind of secret technique it was definitely something rare to be able to make the Li family experts tremble and roar. The monk was about to go crazy, and he was even angrier than the Li family experts. This was because he was the one who gave it away, and he gave it away like trash. I, the good and evil monk, do good deeds every day. Buddha, why are you doing this to me? The monk was filled with unwillingness. Seal the city gates. I must find this bastard. Immediately after, another roar sounded in the air. It was extremely angry. Uft. Chapter 143. Sangli City had existed for more than 10,000 years, and the number of times it was shaken was limited. On average, it might not even happen once in 1,000 years. But today, the city was shaken, and a terrifying pressure filled the world. A roar like rolling thunder shook the sky, and more than half of the people in the city fell down, and many mortals fainted. A second roar filled with infinite anger entered the sea of consciousness of many cultivators, and many of them fainted, including Xiantian cultivators. Many of them were injured, and there was no lack of true energy cultivators. Then a third roar sounded, like thousands of thunderbolts exploding in the city, rolling up the wind and clouds. Close the city gate. Sangli City had existed for more than 10,000 years, and the number of times it closed the city gate was too limited. The city gate was open all night, and it was open 24 hours a day. But today, the city gate rumbled and the springs trembled. With a boom, the gate was completely shut. When the third roar sounded, Zi Chen had already run several streets. With a plop, he was shaken to the ground by the roar, but he did not faint, only a little exhausted. Boom! The sky trembled again, and the whole void seemed to collapse. Many strange beasts appeared in the sky, and like a flood, they poured down from the sky and rolled over. Rocks and phoenixes cried, spreading their wings and flying high, and the clear sky darkened instantly. Rocks and phoenixes blotted out the sky, and many strange beasts flew over from the sky. Their 4 hooves stepped on the void, and their wings flapped, twisting the space. The sky trembled constantly, and all kinds of strange beasts appeared, and their auras surged in the sky. On the backs of these strange beasts, there were many leaf family cultivators, and each of them was full of killing intent, flying towards the 4 city gates. At the same time, the earth began to tremble, and many spirit beasts appeared, stomping on the streets like 10,000 horses galloping, shaking the streets. This was a shocking scene. There were experts in the sky and on the ground, and strange beasts. The Leaf family had sent out many experts. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, Zichen felt a terrifying aura appear in the sky. He was very familiar with this aura, as he had felt it many times before. Imperial air, even the imperial air has been mobilized. Chen's expression instantly changed. Obviously, something big had happened in Songli City. One by one, they flew through the air, emitting terrifying auras as they flew past Zichen. At the same time, when they saw those who had not fainted yet, they would go forward to investigate. Zichen lay on the ground and looked up at the sky. His eyes were filled with shock as he watched the experts and the mutated beasts flying past. At this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly lowered his head and saw a golden light coming from afar. The speed of the golden light was very fast, as if it had really become a ray of light. It's that damned monk. Zichen's pupils shrank as he recognized Jin Guang's identity. He quickly lowered his head and crawled forward 2 steps, burying his head next to a cultivator who had fainted. Swoosh! The golden light came from afar and stopped in front of Zichen. It was the monk from before. However, at this moment, the monk's face was ferocious, and there was no trace of kindness. The smile on his face had turned into anger. With his big belly swaying, he looked like an angry Maitreya Buddha. His eyes emitted a faint golden light as he swept his gaze over the fainted people around him. After a moment, he withdrew his eyes. Damn it, where did he run off to? This damn guy. The monk's murmur sounded very aggrieved and regretful. Buddha, is this how you treat your followers? I already said that the incense money would be paid in the future. Why are you still treating me like this? The monk was very unwilling. A supreme secret technique had been lost right in front of his eyes, and he was the one who gave it away with his own hands. After sweeping a circle, the monk flew away, not paying attention to the 2 fainted people who were in ambiguous postures. Sure enough, this monk's face must have turned black. In this case, such a big movement in Songli City could really be caused by the secret technique. But this monk is really wicked. He even deducted the incense money from Buddha. He deserves it. Zichen was lying on the ground. After hearing the monk's mutterings, he was secretly delighted. The terrifying pressure disappeared, and the people who had fainted woke up one by one. They were confused and did not know what had happened. Get lost, you damned glass. Suddenly, an angry shout came from beside Zichen. Zichen looked up and found a young man next to him. The 2 were very close and somewhat ambiguous. Get lost, you pervert. This young man was about 21 or 22 years old. He had delicate features, but at this moment he looked at Zichen with disgust and disgust. Zichen came to his senses and felt very awkward. You damned glass, damned pervert. The young man was still angry, as if he had just suffered a big loss. He kept wiping his body. Zichen was going to leave, but the other side kept speaking rudely again and again, which made him angry. You're the pervert. What, boy, what did you say? Do you dare to say it again? The young man was angry. Humph! I'm too lazy to talk to you. Zichen coldly snorted. You damned black boy! How dare you talk back to me? Do you know who I am? The young man glared. I don't know, Zi Chen jokingly said, but you shouldn't be from the Tsang family or the Li family, right? Ah, the young man was speechless. The Tsang and Li families were the two biggest families in Songli City. Let me tell you, the Tsang and Li families are not the only families in Songli City. There are other families. Let me tell you, I'm from the Qin family. Have you heard of the Chen family? It's second only to the Tsang and Li families. The young man arrogantly said. Never heard of it. Zi Chen shook his head. He did not want to be entangled with this guy and turned to leave. Stop. The young man's figure flashed and appeared in front of Zi Chen, blocking his way. Zi Chen was surprised that this young man was in the Xiantian realm. Let me tell you, there are many strong warriors in the Qin family. My cousin Qin Feng is a genius. Qin Feng, which Qin Feng? Zi Chen frowned. Humph, which Qin Feng? There is only one genius Qin Feng in the world, and he is the future leader of the Nimbus martial ancestor. The young man was very proud. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat as he sneered. Wasn't the spirit martial sect destroyed? I'm afraid your cousin, Qin Feng, has already turned into ashes. Little Black, you're ignorant. Let me tell you, the Nimbus martial ancestor was destroyed, but my cousin is still alive. Let me tell you, he is now preparing to climb up the big tree known as the martial ancestor. At that time, the Chen family will be even more powerful, the young man proudly said. Zi Chen did not say anything, but he was extremely shocked. Qin Feng was still alive. Then what about the others? Lin Shui, Su Mei Miao Miao Kong? Zi Chen was in a daze and did not answer the young man's words. Now you know the power of the Chen family. Little Black, kneel down and apologize immediately. Damn it, you're so dark and ugly, and you're pretending to be glass. Damn it, kneel down and apologize. The young man shouted at Zi Chen. Qin family. Zi Chen sneered. He did not have a good impression of this family. First, there was Qin Feng, then there was this young man. Since you're a disciple of the Qin family, you should have brought a lot of vitality stones with you, right? Of course. The young man enjoyed Zi Chen's gaze. He replied, a lot. You won't be able to earn so much even if you're glass for the rest of your life. Shut up. Don't talk about glass every time you open your mouth. You're the glass, your whole family is glass. Zi Chen was angry. This guy was addicted to talking about glass. He then flashed forward and swept towards the young man like a ghost. Bang! With a chop, the young man fell down. He was in the Xiantian realm and had no room to react. After that, Zi Chen searched the young man's clothes and found a small bag of vitality stones. When he opened it, Zi Chen was so angry that he laughed. It's just a few vitality stones, and you dare to say that you have a lot. Compared to King Mountain, you're far from it. Zi Chen was depressed. There were only 4 vitality stones and some vitality stones in the bag. It was not good to stay here for long. Zi Chen took the vitality stones and quickly left. The sky was still trembling. After losing the Supreme Secret Codex, the Li family went completely crazy. Many strong warriors appeared. The weakest among them were at the Xiantian realm. There were also many true energy boundary warriors, and some even appeared in the sky. This was the foundation of a family. For the Supreme Secret Codex, the Li family had mobilized many strong warriors. A bird cry resounded through the sky and spread throughout the Songli city. The huge sound wave was like a sharp sword, directly stimulating the eardrums of the people. Zi Chen looked up and saw a rock with golden hair on its head. It looked like a golden crown. It was a rock king, and it was emitting a terrifying qi. That qi had already reached the true origin layer of the human race. A rock king of the true energy boundary, which big shot of the Li family is this? Zi Chen looked at the sky. He had heard from some passers-by that these strong warriors were all from the Li family. The rock king was as fast as lightning coming from the sky. Zi Chen saw a young man standing on the back of the Rock King. He was not old, but looked very heroic. His whole body emitted a dazzling light, like a god descending to the world. He stood on the back of the rock and looked down with an expressionless face. He was like a king patrolling his territory. His clothes fluttered in the wind. His elegant figure and handsome appearance had charmed the hearts of countless women below. Oh my God, it's Li Hao. The number one genius of the Li family, Li Hao. What happened to the Li family? Even Li Hao is here. The crowd exclaimed, looking at Li Hao with eyes full of fanaticism and worship. Li Hao was one of the top geniuses in Songli City. The reason why he was not ranked was because the Songli family had also produced a genius. Their talents were similar, so they could not be ranked. That's Li Hao, who stepped into the true energy boundary at such a young age. I'm afraid he's already at the peak of the true energy boundary. Yeah, it said that a strong warrior from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion snuck into Songli City to assassinate Li Hao, but was killed by him instead. That person was also a genius, which caused a huge commotion. The Rock King flew across the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zi Chen raised his head and watched as Li Hao's silhouette disappeared. This was the third genius he had seen. Before, there was Wang Qiong Wang Xian and after that there was Li Hao. This was a true genius. He was extremely strong and had mastered powerful battle techniques. Zi Chen was no match for him. Right now, he could at most stand shoulder to shoulder with those who thought they were geniuses. But he couldn't compare to those real geniuses. Zi Chen felt a terrifying aura from Li Hao's body. Once this aura erupted, it would instantly take his life. The gap is still too big. Chapter 144. The sky was constantly trembling, and strange beasts were trampling on the void. On this day, Songli Ancient City was in chaos. The anger of the Li family spread throughout the ancient city, causing the city to constantly tremble. Many cultivators were angry, but they didn't dare to speak out. The 4 city gates were tightly closed, guarded by many guards. They held fierce weapons in their hands and were filled with murderous intent. Why can't we go out? Yeah. Is the Li family the only big family in Songli City? You're just a family. Why do you have to close the entire city gates? Don't forget, there's still the Tsang family in Songli City. At each city gate, many cultivators who wanted to leave confronted the guards. Their words were sharp, and they stood on the side of justice. The Li family has ordered that the city gates will be completely closed from today onwards. You can enter, but you can't leave. The people of the Li family only responded indifferently in the face of many questions, and then remained silent. Why? Your Li family lost something, but you want all of us to wait here. Your things are precious, but our time is not? Yeah, your Li family is too overbearing. I have an urgent matter to attend to in Yunxia City. I need to negotiate a business deal with a profit of thousands of yuan stones. Can you afford to pay for the delay? Closing the city gates, allowing entry but not exit. The Li family is so overbearing. You lost something, but you don't reflect on your mistakes. Instead, you want to trap us. You've already searched us before, and now you don't let us go out. Is there any law in Songli City? Yeah, besides the Li family, there's also the Tsang family in Songli City. What makes you think you can do that? Many people were dissatisfied, and they were complaining and questioning the people of the Li family. Many of them were true energy realm cultivators, and they didn't care about the taboo because of their strength. The city gates are closed. You can enter, but not exit. After 3 breaths, everyone will leave the city gates. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the sky, followed by a terrifying pressure. A strong cultivator in a black robe appeared in the sky. In one step, he covered hundreds of meters. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes flashed with cold light. The words just now were said by Yukong. Many people's expressions changed when they saw Zikong's appearance. It was obvious that the Li clan had lost something extraordinary this time. Even Zaikong was sent out. What is the law? The Li clan is the law. Why? Because this is Sangli City and we are the people of the Li clan. The Zephyr warrior appeared and stood in the air above the city gate. He glanced at the people below and said coldly, "What's so great about the Li clan? There is still the Tsang clan in the Sangli City." A true element boundary cultivator said. Obviously, he wanted to use the Tsang clan to restrain the Li clan. From now on, until the city gate opens again, Sangli City's Li family has the final say. The Zephyr Realm expert's voice was indifferent. "Humph, what big words," someone muttered in a low voice, feeling very dissatisfied. In the Sky Martial continent, the strong are revered. Whether or not you speak big, it doesn't seem like it's up to you. A mere true energy realm practitioner. The Zephyr Plane cultivator said coldly as he glanced at the true energy boundary cultivator. In the next moment, he pointed his finger at the other party. Like a thread of energy, it instantly rushed towards the true energy boundary. The true energy boundary cultivator did not expect the other party to attack, so he had no time to react and was instantly struck by the thread. Pum! The true energy boundary cultivator's eyes turned black as he fell to the ground without a sound. A true energy boundary cultivator had died just like that. From now on, whoever dares to speak rudely will be killed without mercy. The Zephyr Plane cultivator said with a cold face, "Yes." Voices rang out one after another, shaking the void and the earth. One after another, experts riding strange beasts arrived and guarded the city gate. Those who were clamoring before all shut their mouths completely when they saw a true energy boundary cultivator die in a single blow. Their eyes were filled with fear as they retreated. This was only one city gate. The Zephyr Plane cultivator was still easy to deal with. As for the other 3 city gates, there were rivers of blood. The smell of blood permeated the entire city gate. Many cultivators with extraordinary strength tried to reason with the Zephyr Plane cultivator. However, the Zephyr Plane cultivator did not care about them at all. There was only one word: kill. Blade light and sword shadows filled the air as killing intent filled the air. Many corpses fell at the city gate. In the distance, a group of terrified cultivators who were clamoring before no longer dared to step forward. The Li family sealed the city gate and sent out experts to search the city. For this reason, the Tsang family did not voice any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, they were very cooperative. During this period, the terrifying voice from before was heard several times. Sangli City ushered in a great purge. A supreme secret codex was lost, and all suspicious people were suspected. Even if they killed the wrong person, they would not let anyone go. These days, even the clouds in the sky above Sangli City were suffused with red. The thick smell of blood almost filled the entire city. In the city, none of the cultivators were spared, not to mention true energy boundary cultivators. Even airborne boundary cultivators had to lie down. On the 5th day, a Zephyr Plane cultivator tried to force his way out of Sangli City, causing a great battle in the sky. In the end, a terrifying voice rang out. With just a cold snort, the Zephyr Plane cultivator was killed. With the death of the Zephyr Plane cultivator, although the ancient city was filled with resentment, no one dared to voice their dissatisfaction. They could only obediently cooperate with the search. "Benefactor, have you seen such a person before?" "Amitabha, may I ask if you have seen a dark-skinned boy?" "This old monk wants to ask about a person, a dark-skinned boy. He is young, dark-skinned, and has a dark face. He is very easy to recognize." During this period, the evil-good monk did not give up looking for Zichin. He appeared all over the ancient city and kept asking. When the Zephyr Plane cultivator was killed, the latter's expression changed. He did not dare to ask any more and could only find someone to draw a portrait. The person in the portrait was young, dark-skinned, and had a pair of extremely bright eyes. "Benefactor, may I ask if you have seen him?" "Benefactor." The monk still did not give up. He did not think that the dark-skinned boy had the ability to discover the secret codex. It was a supreme secret codex. "Oh, he owes me vitality stones. It has been a few days. Yes, yes, yes. This dark-skinned boy is very evil. He even cheated the monks of their money. I hope you will be more careful." The monk still persevered. Every day he saw suspicious people being killed one by one, and he felt very nervous. 10 days, a full 10 days, and the massacre was still going on. The entire Songli city was filled with blood and resentment. It was like a dead city. Search, search. In an inn, another wave of guards rushed in. They used to be people of Songli city, but now they were serving the Li family. They searched over and over again. They came to the inn almost every day to search. "Did anyone suspicious come by today?" The leader of the guards asked coldly. "No, no, this is the list, and there are so many people." The manager was in fear and trepidation, and then secretly stuffed some vitality stones into the leader's hands. The leader of the guards nodded and glanced at the list. There was a person named Qin Zi who had been here for 10 days. Why is he still here? The leader of the guards looked indifferent, and cold light flashed in his eyes. "Sir, now that the city is sealed, you can't go out. It's good enough that you have an inn to stay in. If you go outside, you'll be dead," the manager hurriedly said. Currently, almost all the inns in Songli City were full. Those who didn't have a place to stay in inns had also found many private houses. Those who didn't even find a private house were all suspicious people. In the past 10 days, there were too many suspicious people in Songli City. After receiving the vitality stones, the guards did not leave. Threatening to see Qinzi was just a symbolic gesture. The manager was helpless and could only lead the guards upstairs. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zi Chen was cultivating in his room. Since he came here, he had been cultivating for 10 days. Except for the necessary meals, he had been comprehending the supreme body, refining secret method day and night. In these 10 days, he had made some progress. "Who is it?" Zi Chen's indifferent voice sounded. "Sir, it's me. This sir wants to search." The manager's voice sounded outside the door. "Search?" Zi Chen frowned. Then he said, "Oh, I'll open the door." Zi Chen got up, got off the bed, and walked towards the door. When he took the first step, his body emitted a faint golden light. When he took the second step, the golden light filled his entire body. When he took the third step, Zi Chen's body actually shrank by 10 centimeters. At the same time, his previously handsome face had also become ugly. At the same time, his strength of the early stage of the Xiantian realm also decreased. He was now at the 6th stage of the Xiantian realm. A few steps ago, Zi Chen's appearance had completely changed. He had become an ordinary cultivator. All of this came from the supreme secret method. Not only could it cultivate one's body to the extreme, but it could also change one's appearance at will. The door opened and the guard walked in. As for the manager, he stayed outside obediently. This made Zi Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Since he had already given the benefits, the guard just casually inspected him. After a quick glance, he looked at Zi Chen again. He was really ugly, so he didn't pay much attention to him. After casually asking Zi Chen a few questions, he turned around and left. Everything was superfluous. How could a mere 6th-stage Xiantian realm cultivator have the ability to take away the Li family's things? This was the first time Zi Chen had been inspected in 10 days. He was glad that he had given the 4 primordial stones to the manager and stayed here at a high price. After 10 days of meditation, Zi Chen's physique was changing. Although evil monk and did not have good intentions back then, he was right about one thing. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Zi Chen cultivated the heavenly lightning body tempering art. His physique was strong, not something that ordinary cultivators could compare with. He walked the path of extreme toughness. The physique tempered by such a cultivation method was terrifying, but not perfect. This time, he had coincidentally obtained a supplementary, secret method. It could be said that it was like sending charcoal in snowy weather, like adding wings to a tiger. Zichen's physique could reach perfection. From now on, he had reached the peak of physique cultivation. A cultivation path was unfolding in front of Zichen. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. The city had been sealed for 15 days. The entire city was filled with murderous aura. Everyone was in a state of panic. Endless resentment surged in the air and didn't dissipate. Songli City was very strange. The ancient city gate was closed, and the entire city seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. The murderous aura, and resentment couldn't dissipate. After 15 days of killing many people, the Li family still hadn't found any clues about the supreme, secret method. Songli City didn't only have the Li family, but also the Tsang family. Although they didn't say anything at the beginning, it didn't mean they wouldn't say anything. On the 20th day of the city's lockdown, the closed city gate finally opened. Crack! Crack! As the ancient city gate opened, Songli City was once again connected to the outside world. A murderous aura filled with murderous intent rose into the sky and spread out of the city. At the same time, all the cultivators who had been on tenterhooks breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 145. The firmament palm was just an ordinary manual for the true Qi realm. It was only worth a few yuan stone fragments. The ancient city gates opened, and Songli City was once again connected to the outside world. At the same time, the news of buying the firmament palm at a high price spread out from the shops. The price of the firmament palm was actually 1 yuan stone fragment for a few yuan stone fragments. It could be said that the price had skyrocketed. Zichen stayed in the inn for 20 days. When the city gates opened, the innkeeper said that he had run out of yuan stones. If he wanted to stay, he would have to pay 2 yuan stone fragments per night. In the previous 20 days, the innkeeper had actually charged 10 times the price of Zichen. After paying the primeval stones, Zichen left the inn. By chance, he used all the primeval stones he had on him to buy a manual of the firmament palm. After that, Zichen sold the manual at a high price. In addition to earning yuan stones, Zichen also inquired about the location of the gathering of the geniuses. All the Xiantian geniuses within 10,000 miles of Songli City would come to participate in the gathering of the geniuses. After some inquiries, Zichen already knew the location. It was the most luxurious guest house in Songli City. It had 9 floors, representing the meaning of heaven. The gathering place of the geniuses was there. Moreover, Zichen unexpectedly heard that the gathering of the geniuses was not organized by Li Huo alone. There were also people from the Tsang family and martial ancestors people. A few months ago, some geniuses had already arrived, and both sides had already met. Recently, invitations were sent out, and many geniuses were gathered. The guest house was the most luxurious restaurant in Songli City. It had 9 floors, and the price was even higher. If one wanted to go there, they would have to have a lot of yuan stones. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to enter the door. Moreover, there were many geniuses, and not everyone could climb to the 9th floor. I have to get some yuan stones, Zichen thought to himself. At the same time, he was furious. It's all because of this damn monk. He stole all my yuan stones and raging flame. Originally, Zichen had planned to sell the light golden stone, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. This thing was extremely heavy and very hard. That day he had used the blazing sword to hack at it several times, but there wasn't even a single scar on it. At critical moments, it could even be used as a weapon. There was only one way to earn primordial stones quickly, and that was to buy a large amount of firmament palm art. But now no one was a fool, and they all knew that they were hiding the firmament palm art. Some people even hoarded a lot, waiting for the price to rise. After a day of fruitless work, Zichen helplessly returned to the inn. During this period of time, he had earned quite a lot of yuan stones by reselling the Firmament Palm. One of the Firmament Palm manuals had even earned him 2 low-grade yuan stones. Moreover, the price of the Firmament Palm art had also been raised to an extremely high level. As soon as he entered the inn, Zichun noticed that there was a portrait hanging beside the counter. It was a portrait of a young man with only a head and no lower body. His skin was extremely dark, making him look like a dark-skinned brat. Even his eyes were black and shiny. It must be that monk. He still hasn't given up. Zichun remained calm and asked, "Innkeeper, why is this portrait hanging here?" When Zichun came to the inn before, he had already thought of the situation that day, so he had already changed his appearance. He was no longer the black boy from before. Oh, this was left by a monk. He said that the black boy was vicious and owed him a lot of yuan stones. He had already run away for a long time, so he left this portrait. Anyone who has clues will be rewarded with yuan stones. The innkeeper calculated on the abacus and casually said, "What kind of world is this? Even a monk's money is cheated." It seems that this black boy's appearance is not wrong. His skin is dark and his heart is also dark. Zichun was so angry that the root of his teeth was itching. In his heart, he had already thought of how that monk would frame him. This evil monk, he really shouldn't have had evil intentions. Zichun gritted his teeth and wanted to curse all of the monk's relatives. But when he thought that the monk probably had no relatives, he gave up. Suddenly, Zichun's eyes lit up and an idea came to his mind. The next day, he went out early to find someone to buy the Firmament Palm art. What? Not even a single yuan stone. You want 5 pieces of vitality stones? Are you crazy? This thing wasn't even worth 5 pieces of vitality stones before. Buy it or not, if not, leave. Zichun walked through the streets just to find a Firmament Palm art. "Uncle, how much is this Firmament Palm art?" On this day, Zichun walked through 28 streets, 38 alleys, and 58 intersections. But still, he did not find anything. In the evening, he finally received a crumpled Firmament Palm art for a high price of 4 yuan stones. Obviously, this person was too cruel and wanted to sell it at a high price. He kept rubbing it in his arms, and it became like this. It's still not serious. After returning to his room and closing the door, Zichun began to rub his palms again. He had seen the Firmament Palm from that day and knew what it looked like. It was much more severe than this. He continued to rub his palms to achieve the desired effect. After fiddling with it for a whole night, the Firmament Palm art finally emitted an ancient yellow light and looked like an ancient book. "Haha, damn monk, let's see if you will fall this time. You dared to lie to me. I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." Zichun sneered. He did not practice but lay on the bed and fell asleep. The next day, Zichun got up late in the morning. After washing his face and rinsing his mouth, his body emitted a faint golden light and his bones cracked. After changing his appearance again, he left. He was going to find the evil monk, and the 2 of them would have a chance encounter. Sangli City was very big and there were countless streets. Trying to find a person in the city was almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zichun wandered around the streets all day. He did not dare to ask anyone and could only look for the monk's whereabouts by himself. The gathering time of the geniuses was approaching, but he was still short of money. He suddenly became very anxious. Did he leave? Zichun was not willing to give up. He had prepared all this to trick the evil monk. If the evil monk left, it would be a big loss. He was still hoping that the evil monk would give him vitality stones. 1 day, 2 days, Zichun had no clue. It wasn't until the 4th day that Zichun saw a figure. It was a monk with a big belly. His forehead was shiny, and his whole body was shining with a faint golden light. He had a benevolent face like a Maitreya Buddha. In his hand was a stack of portraits. Zichun's eyesight was very good. He could see at a glance that it was a black boy. Zichun walked past casually and looked around, looking like a curious baby. Amitabha. Benefactor, please wait. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant sounded, and the evil monk walked towards Zichen. Master, are you talking about me? Zichen stopped and looked at the monk in confusion. At the same time, he was also very nervous. One must know that the monk had seen through his disguise that day. I don't know if Benefactor has seen this person. The golden light in the monk's eyes flashed and disappeared. He showed the portrait to Zichen with a solemn face. Obviously, he did not see any clues. Haha, I really fooled him. This supreme secret technique is really extraordinary. Zichen laughed in his heart, but on the surface he said, seriously, who is it? I haven't been in Songli City for long, and I don't know many people. With that, Zichen looked at the portrait and accidentally saw the black boy. His face changed slightly, and he exclaimed, It's him! Amitabha. Benefactor, do you know this person? The monk's eyes lit up, and there was a trace of trembling in his Buddhist chant. Of course I know him. How can I not know him? He is an evil man, Zichen said angrily. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and said, Master, why are you looking for him? Were you also cheated? Finally he found a clue. The monk just wanted to ask where the black boy was and did not want to talk to Zichen at all. However, when he saw the eager expression of the other side, his heart was moved. He said, that day this benefactor said that his family was sick and needed vitality stones urgently. I had no choice but to lend him the money for incense and oil for the Buddha. I said that I would return it in 2 days, but more than 20 days have passed and there is still no trace of him. Zichen was very angry. His family was sick, and the money for incense and oil for the Buddha was really coming out of this monk's mouth. In his heart, he was even more convinced that this was an evil monk, a monk who was evil to the bone. Moreover, this monk even embezzled the money for incense and oil for the Buddha. It seemed that he was not good at burning incense in the temple. This is too abominable. How can the master call such an evil man a benefactor? Bah! Calling him master is more like it. Oh no! Calling him a villain is more like it. Zichen gritted his teeth and said, The monk chanted the name of Buddha twice and said a few more bad things about the black boy. Then he said, I don't know where the benefactor met this person. Can you lead the way for this old monk? Oh no, this little monk? In front of Zichen, the monk was very humble. Sai, great teacher, don't say any more. I also want to find him now. I've been looking for him for several days, wanting to settle the score with him. But I can't find him. It's as if he has disappeared from the face of the earth. I think that such an evil person might have been killed by the Li family. Zichen sighed softly and said casually. The monk's heart suddenly moved, and his expression was a little unnatural. If that was the case, then obviously the Supreme Secret Manual had already reached the Li family. However, the other party wanted to collect the cloud, expelling Palm. Could it be to confuse the world? In fact, the real Supreme Secret Manual had already been placed in the sect. The more the monk thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. His expression was also unnatural. He was so regretful that he wanted to commit suicide. Back then, he had personally placed the secret manual in the hands of the other party and escaped quickly. He even mocked the other party for being an idiot. Damn it, I am the idiot. The monk cursed in his heart. Of course, I am not sure. He might still be alive. He cheated me of a lot of primordial stones that day. Zichen said again, Master, if you see this black boy, you must ask for the 10 primordial stones for me. Okay. The monk nodded. He did not hear what Zichen said at all. Seeing that Zichen had left, the monk suddenly asked, May I ask the benefactor, how did he cheat you of 10 primordial stones? Did he rob you? Speaking of this, Zichen turned back and angrily said, It would have been easy to deal with him if he had robbed me. But this bastard is really despicable. He actually said that he would sell me a Supreme Secret Manual, saying that it was worth 10,000 primal stones. He also said that he would take care of me, but he just took 10 primal stones from me and gave me the Supreme Secret Manual. Chapter 146. The monk was already disappointed, but he didn't expect to hear about the Supreme Secret Manual. His eyes lit up and he saw hope. Supreme Secret Manual? What Supreme Secret Manual? The monk asked. His heart was pounding. He had a feeling that the Supreme Secret Manual that this young man was talking about was the one that he had given away with both hands. What Supreme Secret Manual? Master, you really believe it? You're too kind. Zi Chen's eyes flashed. Although he didn't show any expression, the monk could tell that he was looking down on him. But he didn't care. He looked at Zi Chen in anticipation and asked, "What Supreme Secret Manual?" Compared to a Supreme Secret Manual, being looked down on was nothing. Great teacher, you're so kind. That's a **T Supreme Secret Manual. Although the price is so high now, it's at most 5 primeval stones. He actually stole 10 primeval stones from me, and even boasted that it's worth 10,000 primeval stones. Zi Chen said, "Then can you show it to me?" The monk was anxious. His eyes lit up. He knew that the only thing that was priced at 5 essence stones was the firmament palm. "Master, why do you want that?" "It's just a firmament palm." "Why is it so wrinkled?" Zi Chen kept provoking the monk. At the same time, he confirmed the monk's guess. The monk was really anxious. He was 100% sure that the idiot didn't recognize the Supreme Secret Manual. Moreover, the idiot in front of him didn't know that it was really a Supreme Secret Manual. Zi Chen had already been labeled as an idiot, and the Zi Chen in front of him was also labeled as an idiot. "I'm just curious. I want to take a look," the monk said anxiously. "Great teacher, please don't make me angry. How can an existence like you, who has the demeanor of a great teacher, be so infuriating?" Zi Chen was very annoyed. He refused to take out the secret scripture to infuriate the monk to death. Although the syllables were a little strange, the monk was focused on the Supreme Secret Scripture at the moment. He did not understand the meaning behind it at all. No, I just want to take a look." The monk panicked. If this wasn't the main road and there weren't any passers-by around, he would definitely have slapped him to death. "Great teacher, you don't have to be so infuriating. It's fine if you don't want to help me get the primeval stones, but you're actually angering me like this." Zi Chen felt wronged and was somewhat dissatisfied. No, I'm not trying to anger you. I'm telling the truth. I just want to take a look. Just a look." The monk was really anxious. At this moment, he was no longer smiling. He was no longer referring to himself as an old monk or a young monk. "Great teacher, why are you in such a hurry? Is that really a Supreme Secret Codex?" Zi Chen looked at the monk suspiciously. "Oh, Amitba, I was just curious." The monk cursed in his heart and wanted to slap himself a few times. He had lost his composure and let this fool see through him. He quickly tidied up his kasaya and put a smile on his face again. "Curious." Zi Chen looked at the monk and sized him up. He then stared at the large pile of portraits in the monk's hand and said, "Great teacher, you're not just curious. Are you really looking for that black kid for the Supreme Secret Codex? That black kid didn't lie to me, and that thing is really worth 10,000 primeval stones?" The monk looked solemn, but he was regretting it in his heart. He wanted to kill himself on the spot. He had lost his composure and let this fool see through him. "He, benefactor, you're thinking too much. I'm just curious. If you don't want to, I don't have to take a look." The monk looked solemn and had a smile on his face. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha. It was impossible to tell anything from his expression. I'll let you pretend." Who was Zi Chen? He was someone who had seen the monk's true face. This was definitely an evil monk. He even dared to cheat the Buddha's incense money. "Oh, that's what I said. How can a firmament palm break be a Supreme Secret Manual?" Zi Chen said indifferently. Then he took out the firmament palm break from his bosom. It was wrinkled and its surface was emitting an ancient yellow color. It looked like an ancient book. The monk's expression changed again. Just by looking at its surface, he could recognize that it was what he had given to the black kid. His heart raced, and his blood flowed quickly. The golden light around his body had increased by a lot. Sigh, this sad thing. I don't want to see it. Chen shook his head and kept the secret codex. He then walked away. The monk was completely stunned. He thought that Lin Fan had taken it out for him to see, but he only took a glance and kept it. He then left without saying a word. Benefactor, please wait. The monk was anxious. He was certain that this was the supreme secret codex. Not to mention 10,000 primeval stones. Even 1,000,000 primeval stones couldn't buy it. Master, is there anything else? Chen turned around and looked at the monk in confusion. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves. Benefactor, it is fate that we met. I see that your glabella is dark and your spirit is weak. It seems like there is a ferocious creature lingering around you. There will be a disaster soon. I have decided to help you eliminate the disaster. The monk looked solemn and said directly, Eliminate the disaster? Where to? To a secret place. This place is filled with the smell of money and filth. It goes against the peace of Buddhism. Also, to eliminate the disaster, it goes against the order of heaven and earth. I will need to consume my lifespan. Naturally, I have to go to a quiet place. The monk said, F***ku. Chen cursed in his heart. This monk was indeed vicious. After seeing the supreme secret codex, he still didn't want to give him a single cent. He wanted to bring him to a secret place and kill him to snatch the codex. Haha, great master is indeed great master. However, as people of my generation, we have to go against the will of the heavens. What is there to fear about misfortune? Sometimes misfortune is also a kind of opportunity. We have to face it head on and not blindly retreat. Besides, to let great master consume his lifespan to help me avoid disaster, I really feel bad. Chen laughed heartily, emphasizing the word lifespan. Goodbye, master. You are a good monk, a good monk. We will meet again if we are fated. After saying that, Chen turned around and left in a carefree manner. Benefactor, please wait. The monk flashed and appeared in front of Chen in a flash of golden light. After that, he said that he would eliminate the disaster for Chen at any cost. Chen laughed and was about to leave. Forget it, forget it. I can see that Benefactor is also a person of character. The path of cultivation has always been against the heavens. Buddhism emphasizes on karma. Since you and I are fated, I have to help Benefactor once. How about this? I will give Benefactor 10 vitality stones and Benefactor will give me the firmament palm. When I find that black kid in the future, I will settle this karma. Haha. After hearing the monk's words, Chen was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He was so angry that he laughed. This monk was really stingy. Even now he was still so stingy. Did he really think that Chen was a fool? No, master. Since it is karma, then I have to find the karma. I will sell this secret codex to that black kid for 10,000 vitality stones. After saying that, Chen turned around and left. The monk's expression changed instantly. Obviously, this fool saw through the trick. All right, to tell you the truth, Benefactor, the karma between me and that black kid is extremely great. Whatever he is tainted by, this old monk will definitely end the karma. This is also the karma of Buddhism. As for the firmament breaking palm, Benefactor, please name a price. Master, are you serious? Do you really want that secret codex? Chen looked at the monk. The monk nodded. Good, good, good. Master is indeed master. You have a merciful heart. Since that is the case, I will give you a reasonable price. I will give you a 10% discount. 1,000 vitality stones. Chen said good 3 times and looked at the monk with admiration. Hearing that it was 1,000 vitality stones, The monk staggered and almost fell. He thought that with a 10% discount, it would only be 1 vitality stone. Benefactor, 1,000 vitality stones is not expensive. Unfortunately, all of my vitality stones have been cheated by that black kid. Now I only have 20 vitality stones. Master, you want to settle the karma with 20 vitality stones? You are thinking too much. It will be impossible without 900 vitality stones. The two of them went back and forth. One of them was asking for a sky-high price, while the other was stingy. Master, you are thinking too much. I will not agree without 500 vitality stones. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Settling the karma is equivalent to building a 3-storied pagoda. 200 vitality stones. 300 essence stones, not a single cent less. This is a friendly price given to you on account of great teacher. All right, deal. Benefactor is really a kind person. The monk nodded. The final price was 300 vitality stones. However, the monk looked at Zichen seriously, as if he wanted to remember his appearance. Monk, so what if I remember? This time you are obviously at a disadvantage. The firmament palm costs 4 vitality stones, and you are willing to pay 300 vitality stones. You are really an idiot. Zichen sneered. The two of them exchanged money and goods. Zichen suddenly realized that this evil monk actually had a spatial treasure. Bad luck, bad luck. I was tricked again. If I knew he had this thing, I would have asked for 10,000 vitality stones and slowly haggled down to 3,000. Zichen was full of regret. However, things had already come to this, so there was no other choice. He handed the firmament palm to the monk. The monk solemnly took it and looked around. When he did not find anyone suspicious, his figure flashed, and he hurriedly left without saying goodbye. Haha! Zichen laughed and quickly went to a remote place. After changing his appearance again, he left with peace of mind. Bastard! Not long after, an angry roar came from one of the inns. Powerful chi whistled, and the entire inn began to tremble. In the next moment, it seemed like it would collapse. Then, a golden light flew out of the inn and chased after Zichen. Swoosh! A golden light flashed in front of Zichen at a very fast speed. Zichen sneered. He, who had changed his appearance, walked in the opposite direction. Damn it, it must be him, it must be him. The monk roared as if he had gone mad. His eyes were red as he swept his gaze over the passers-by. Damn it! How dare you cheat me, evil good monk? On this day, a crazy monk appeared in Songli City. His eyes were red as if he wanted to eat people. He kept roaring. Inside the inn, Zichen laughed heartily. He was extremely happy. 300 primordial stones were enough to buy a lot of elixirs and pills. What made him the happiest was that he had cheated the monk. The city gate opened and more geniuses arrived. They were invited to participate in the gathering of geniuses. Moreover, some people had already found out that the gathering of geniuses was fake and that they were searching for treasures together. Therefore, some old Xiantian experts in their 30s or 40s also pretended to be geniuses and came to Songli City. Chapter 147. The guest house was the most luxurious restaurant in Songli City. It had 9 floors, representing the height of heaven. At the same time, the 9th floor was used to entertain the sect leaders, and the price of a meal there was frighteningly high. Apart from that, the 9th floor was almost closed. Even those who could fly in the air could only dine on the 8th floor. 3 great geniuses from 3 different forces had gathered together. All the Khanate cultivators within a few thousand miles of Songli City had even spent a fortune to book the remaining 7 floors. The cost of a single day was sky-high. Only the direct descendants of those truly great powers and great clans could afford to do so. Li Hua, from the Li family, was already a late-stage Khanate cultivator at a young age. He could enter the true essence realm at any time. Although he couldn't be compared to the real geniuses, he was definitely a genius. With the support of the Li family, he He was one of the initiators of this gathering. Tsang, he was from the Tsang family. He was less than 20 years old, and his strength was also at the late Xiantian realm. Furthermore, he had a deep understanding of the Tsang family's battle techniques, and his battle prowess was very strong. He was one of the initiators of this gathering of Xiantian realm experts. Wu Xiong, the genius of the martial ancestor, had learned the martial ancestor's battle techniques. He was one of the initiators of this gathering. Although the martial ancestor had only risen a few thousand years ago, its foundation was comparable to that of the 7 major cities. On this day, many Khanate cultivators gathered at the guest house. The guest house was large enough to accommodate thousands of people. Early in the morning, there was a hubbub of voices as many Khanate cultivators arrived. Ziqin had also arrived very early. However, when he saw the dense crowd at the entrance, even though he had already expected this, he was still stunned for a moment. This gathering was called the Gathering of Geniuses, and anyone who thought they were geniuses could come. However, Zichun had never thought that there would be such a different kind of genius. In the distance, a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe stood in the crowd of young people. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens and was very conspicuous. "Uncle, this gathering of geniuses. You're already so old. Why are you still here?" A middle-aged man beside the old man asked. "Hee, brother, you're not much younger than me. If you can come, why can't I?" The elder faintly smiled, not minding the other's teasing. "Who's your little brother?" "Uncle, I'm just 25 years old. It's just that I look old." The middle-aged man explained. "Tisk, forget it. Trash, like you dare to call yourselves geniuses. It's best for you to leave as soon as possible, so as not to embarrass yourselves." Beside him, a young man teased. This person was not very old, probably around 21 or 22 years old. He wore a luxurious green robe and had an arrogant expression on his face. He looked at the two of them with disdain. "You're almost 1 foot in the grave, and you're even older than my grandfather. How dare you call yourself a genius? As for you, 25, I think you're already 45. Don't come here to join in the fun. This is a place where geniuses gather. This is the world of us youngsters. Why are you, an old man, here to join in the fun?" "That's right. The old man is still here to join in the fun," a young man at the side said. What do you know?" The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with disdain as he muttered in a low voice, "I'm not here to participate in the gathering of geniuses." In the distance, Zichen was a little surprised to see this scene. He knew the young man who spoke. He was the one from the Chun family who scolded him for being weak and was knocked out by Zichen and took away for primordial stones. He did not expect him to be here too. On the surface, it looked like they were gathering geniuses. However, there were many innate rankers who had come in secret. There were thousands of them. Among them, there was no lack of elderly people. Of course, there was only one who had white hair and was about to enter the grave. The rest were middle-aged people who wanted to join in the fun. They had all received news that in addition to the gathering of geniuses, there was also an opportunity waiting for them. This time, they were here purely for the opportunity. You guys can't even go up to the 2nd floor. Stay on the 1st floor obediently." "That's right. Only the true geniuses can enter the 7th floor and meet with Li Hua and the others. You old guys can only stay on the 1st floor." Everyone was disdainful. Zichen also understood that there was still a hierarchy. The guest building was huge and covered a large area. Although it was said to be a 9-floor building, it was more like an ancient castle. As the door opened, a group of Xiantian realm experts rushed in like a flood. Knowing that they were not geniuses, most of the cultivators stayed on the 1st floor. They were aware of their own limitations and had only come purely for the opportunity. Moreover, it was also a blessing to be able to eat a free meal in the reception building. One had to know that Xiantian realm experts were all poor if they did not have a powerful family behind them. At least half of them were not qualified to enter a place like the guest building. After the Xiantian realm experts entered, some of the self-proclaimed geniuses rushed up to the second floor. Plop, plop. But soon, many people tumbled down the stairs in a sorry state. Middle stage, Xiantian realm, and above, go upstairs. Those below, stay on the first floor. A cold voice sounded. Plop, plop. More people rolled down. They were all self-proclaimed geniuses, but they were all in the early stage, Xiantian realm, and were chased down. Haha, little genius, you'd better come over here. The only old man in the room laughed and waved at a young man who had made fun of him earlier. The latter fell flat on his face and was in a sorry state. He glared at the old man fiercely and walked to the other side, obviously trying to distance himself from the old man. Get lost. Suddenly, an early-stage Xiantian realm expert rushed up. His aura surged as he punched the passers-by away. After that, no one stopped him, and he strode up. So this is where the hierarchy starts. Chen thought to himself. His target was Ling Yin. He believed that Ling Yin was upstairs, so he strode up. At the same time, all the cultivators on the second floor released their aura to show their strength. Middle stage, Xiantian realm, and above could pass unimpeded. As for early stage Xiantian realm experts, they needed to verify their strength. The two middle-aged men guarding the door were also mid-stage Xiantian realm experts. They were also there to test everyone's strength. They saw Chen's aura surging with early-stage Xiantian realm true qi. Humph, yet another reckless fellow. How dare he come up here in the early stage Xiantian realm? Does he really think he's a genius? The two men sneered when they saw Chen. The early stage Xiantian realm is on the first floor. After a necessary warning, the two men's faces darkened. They immediately attacked Chen, one from the left and the other from the right. The wind whistled as they rushed towards Chen. This was just a test, not a life-threatening one. The two men's punches whistled, but they weren't very powerful. Swoosh! Chen tapped his foot and moved like a ghost. He dodged two attacks in an instant and quickly ascended to the second floor. Come back. What's the point of relying on footwork if you don't have any fighting power? The two men's pupils shrank. They exerted their strength again and tried to grab Chen's back. However, Chen was faster and they couldn't even touch his clothes. So fast. The two of them were surprised and one of them said, "So what if you're fast? The next round won't be a competition of speed." Chen went up to the second floor. It was a bit smaller than the first floor, but there were already many people here. There were also quite a few early-stage Xiantian realm experts. Chen's arrival didn't attract much attention. Some people didn't even stop and went straight upstairs. Plop, plop. Similar sounds rang out again. This time, some mid-stage Xiantian realm experts were beaten down. There were still experts guarding the stairs to the third floor. This time, it was a late-stage Xiantian realm expert. The cultivators once again went up. Late-stage Xiantian realm experts could go up to the third floor at will. Chen followed closely behind, using his footwork to reach the third floor. He attracted a lot of surprised gazes. Those who could stand on the third floor were either late-stage Xiantian realm experts or geniuses. Chen was only early-stage Xiantian realm, but he was able to reach the third floor. Naturally, he attracted a lot of attention. Humph, kid, you're lucky, but you can't reach the fourth floor with speed. A young man snorted coldly. You don't have to worry about it. Chen replied indifferently. This young man was from the Qin family. The two met again, but the latter didn't recognize Chen. This young man was a mid-stage Xiantian realm expert. He had reached the third floor, which was very good, but now he was actually going up to the fourth floor. Obviously, he wanted to challenge the next floor. After that, many cultivators also swarmed up. Chen challenged each floor, relying on speed. He was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he reached the fourth floor. It's you. You came up again? The Chen family members were very surprised to see Zichen. It was already very good for a mid-stage Xiantian realm expert to reach the 4th floor, but they never expected that an early-stage Xiantian realm expert would also come up. Relying on speed? Small tricks. That's right. So what if he's fast? His combat strength is low, but he can escape faster. Someone sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Those who could reach the 4th floor were mostly late-stage Xiantian realm experts. There were only a few mid-stage Xiantian realm experts. They relied on their strength to reach the 4th floor, unlike Zichen, who relied on speed. After that, some peak Xiantian realm experts also followed closely, wanting to reach the 5th floor. This time, there were many divisions of strength and combat strength on the 7th floor. Zichen ignored the ridicule of the crowd and wanted to enter the 5th floor, which attracted a lot of surprised gazes. Kid, you can't reach the 5th floor with speed. Don't be arrogant. Stay here lest you end up dead. That's right. There are peak Xiantian realm experts up there. You're just an early stage Xiantian realm expert. What if he accidentally kills you? Someone mocked. Don't worry about it. Zichen smiled faintly. He wasn't angry and strode forward. Humph, let's see how you get down. The young man of the Chen family snorted coldly. He tried to go up before, but he was beaten down and fell on his face. He was very embarrassed. Young man, go down. You can't reach this floor with speed alone. Strength is the foundation of everything. Speed is just a small trick. 2 peak Xiantian realm experts were guarding the 5th floor. When they saw Zichen come up, they kindly reminded him. It's okay. Zichen waved his hand and they said that I can't reach the 4th floor with speed. Didn't I come up? Well, since you don't listen to us, don't blame us. Beat you down. Chapter 148. The 2 Xiantian full circle experts attacked fiercely, bringing with them a strong gust of wind. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zichen's feet exuded a faint golden light. His figure was like a ghost, like a phantom, drifting unpredictably, as if he was switching between illusion and reality. He dodged the attacks of the 2 and stood on the 5th floor. Zichen had practiced the support-type secret technique, so he deliberately concealed himself. He did not use the power of thunder and lightning. Instead, a faint golden light appeared. The expressions of the 2 connate full-circle experts instantly changed as they looked at Zichen in astonishment. At the same time, the few Xiantian realm experts who had reached the 5th floor were also shocked. He actually made it up. Reaching the 5th floor with speed is terrifying. The experts could no longer remain calm. Relying on speed was indeed a small trick and could not represent one's true strength. However, a puny early-stage Xiantian realm expert could rely on speed to dodge the attacks of 2 Xiantian full-circle experts. This was enough to cause a commotion. He must have learned an extraordinary footwork. His body is nimble and ingenious. His footwork is not simple. It could be a kind of extreme speed footwork. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fast. The Xiantian realm experts on the 5th floor looked at Zichen with eager eyes. They were all thinking about what they would be like after they mastered extreme speed. At the same time, many of them had perverted thoughts. Zichen did not say anything. He only glanced at the 6th floor indifferently. It seemed that he was going to go up. What? He's going to go up? Does he think that he can reach the 6th floor with speed? The 6th floor is guarded by true energy realm experts. Although they only use 50% of their strength, it's not something that an early-stage Xiantian realm expert can compare with. Everyone was shocked and looked at Zichen. Zichen did not see Ling Yun along the way. Ling Yun was not on the 6th floor, so he must be on the 7th floor. Zichen had to go up. Whoosh! With a tap of his foot, his figure turned illusory as he charged upwards at top speed. Get down! The two true element boundary martial artists who were guarding at the top of the stairs suddenly let out an explosive shout. Immediately after, the two of them threw out their fists. Each of them had only used 50% of their strength, but when added together, it was 100% of their strength. The two fists converged at the top of the stairs like a torrent, rushing straight up the stairs. Boom! The torrent continued to flow downwards, and visible to the naked eye, a wave of air rushed out. Humph! You think you can reach the 6th floor just by relying on speed? Dream on. This kid's speed is pretty good, but it's not realistic for him to reach the 6th floor. On the 5th floor, many people were already prepared to watch a good show. They were all sneering endlessly, but when the flood appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. The torrent appeared and filled the entire staircase, not to mention one person. Even a group of people would be sent flying. However, at this moment, there was not a single figure within the surging torrent. How is that possible? Where is he? Could it have been blasted into nothingness? Impossible. It was just a test. There was no killing intent at all. How could it be blasted into nothingness? Could it be that he went up? Everyone's expression changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. If that was the case, then this kid's speed was too terrifying. On the 5th floor there was a commotion, but soon there was a cry of surprise from the 6th floor. You actually came up? When did you get behind us? This was the voice of a true element boundary martial artist. Previously, when the two of them attacked together, they clearly saw the other party in front of them. But in the next moment, the other party had silently appeared behind them. He really went up? Oh my God! Even an early-stage Xiantian realm martial artist went up with extreme speed. It seems like it's a supreme movement technique. It's definitely a mysterious movement technique. It's comparable to some great techniques. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they were all shocked. On the 6th floor it was empty. There were many martial artists, but none of them came up. Zichen glanced at the 7th floor and stepped up. Thump! Thump! There were no strong cultivators guarding the 7th floor, so Zichen was able to pass through unimpeded. On the 7th floor, some geniuses were chatting. They had been here for a long time, and were waiting for some geniuses to come up. But unfortunately, after waiting for a long time, no one came up. There are quite a number of Xiantian realm martial artists here, but there are very few geniuses. Seems like we're doing something unnecessary. A young man in blue said indifferently. This person was Wu Xiong, the disciple of the martial ancestor. He was the one who initiated the gathering of geniuses. After waiting for a long time, he was disappointed when no one came up. Let's wait a little longer. A young man in white said. Waiting is a waste of time. With talent, no background, no resources. Geniuses are also trash. I don't advocate this, but Sanghi, you agree. Another young man said in disdain. He sat there, looking at the sky with an arrogant look. He was Li Hua from the Li family. The three of them were the initiators of the gathering of geniuses. Beside them, there were a few other geniuses who remained silent. Not necessarily. Maybe there are 1 or 2 geniuses among these few thousand people. The young man in white, Sanghi, said indifferently. He was a member of the Tsang family and had a high status here. Beside him sat 2 ladies, one in white and the other in green. Both of them were beautiful and had an extraordinary aura. Geniuses. Which genius is not nurtured with resources? Without any resources, relying on oneself to cultivate, any genius will die prematurely. Li Hu curled his lips in disdain, looking very arrogant. Not necessarily. Recently, Zichen has been the talk of the town. Didn't he not have any resources? Sanghi laughed. Zichen? The guy from the Nimbus martial ancestor, the one who offended the 3 forces and was forced to enter the silent jungle to die? Li Hu curled his lips and said, That's right. Rumor has it that he's only in the Xiantian realm, but he caused the 3 forces to suffer a great loss. I think Wu Xiong has the most right to speak about this matter. Song, he said. Everyone's gaze turned towards Wu Xiong. The martial ancestor had destroyed the Nimbus martial ancestor for a treasure. This was something that everyone knew. Moreover, the Nimbus martial ancestor was a branch of the martial ancestor. So what if it was destroyed? There was nothing wrong with it. What right do I have to speak? I haven't even seen him. However, the people from the Nimbus martial ancestor can speak. There are quite a few people here who are related to Ziqin. Wu Xiong said in a sarcastic tone. He then looked to the side. Not far away, Qin Feng was also here. When the Nimbus martial ancestor was attacked, he was lucky enough to survive and escape back to Zhongli City. Qin Feng glanced at the young man beside him and snorted. He said, disdainfully, rumors can't be trusted. Zi Chen was unknown in the sect. I could crush him with a finger. Rumor has it that he caused the three forces to suffer a great loss. I'm the first one who doesn't believe it. Moreover, rumor has it that he killed a lot of true energy realm warriors. That's ridiculous. Chen Feng didn't have a good impression of Ziqin. This time he didn't hesitate to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 dissatisfied gazes were cast towards him. Qin Feng, you're boasting too much. Who was the one who wanted to harm Ziqin? He was locked up by the disciplinary hall master. Even your second grandpa didn't succeed, right? A young man snorted. This person had small eyes and an ordinary appearance. If he hadn't suddenly spoken, no one would have noticed him at all. I have also seen Ziqin before. He is just an ant that will not amount to much. Back then, I could have crushed him with a single finger. How can such a small fry cause the 3 factions to suffer losses? Rumors cannot be trusted. At this moment, Ling Yun, who was beside Qin Feng, also spoke out. Ling Yun was the disciple of the battle martial ancestor. He was the future sect leader of the battle martial ancestor. At such a young age, he was already at the late Xiantian realm. Although he couldn't be compared to the other monstrous geniuses, he was still qualified to be called a genius and sit on the 7th floor. Back in the spiritual herbal garden, it was Ziqin who ruined his plan and killed his brother. He was even punished by the sect. Therefore, he hated Ziqin to the bone. Even if the other party was dead, he wouldn't say anything good about him, boasting shamelessly. If you had the ability, you wouldn't have been locked up by the sect. The small-eyed young man snorted again. Ling Yun and Chen Feng's eyes flashed coldly, but they didn't dare to do anything. They seemed to be afraid of the small-eyed young man's identity. Wu Hong, you've also seen Ziqin that day. What's your impression of him? Tsang, he looked at the silent Wu Hong in the distance. Wu Hong was the disciple of the Xian martial ancestor. He had been silent and easygoing. At this moment he smiled faintly and said, I've only met him once. There's nothing much to say. I've only heard about him from my junior brothers. He's bold, careful, and righteous. He can challenge people above his level. He should be considered a genius. So what if he's a genius? Didn't he still die in the silent jungle? Qin Feng snorted. Ling Yin didn't look happy either. Fortunately, he's dead. Otherwise, I'd have to settle a blood debt with him. You. The small-eyed young man stood up angrily. He's just a dead man. Why hurt your feelings for him? We still need to rely on everyone for this trip to the ruins. Wu Xiong waved his hand. Everyone kept silent. The atmosphere was awkward. Then they talked about other geniuses. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Someone's coming up? Could it be that there's really a genius who can reach the 6th floor? The people who were chatting were very surprised, and their gazes all turned to the stairs. Following the sound of footsteps, a young man in black appeared in front of everyone. He was short and had an ordinary appearance. All geniuses had their own outstanding aspects. Furthermore, standing in the midst of a crowd, one would be able to notice them with a single glance. They were existences that stood out from the crowd. However, the young man before him was simply too ordinary. If he were to be placed in a crowd, no one would take a second look at him. Everyone was stunned. They had never imagined that the genius who could reach the 6th floor would look like this. After practicing the auxiliary secret manual, Zichen could change his appearance at will. Now that all the geniuses were gathered here, he changed his appearance into an ordinary one with an indifferent expression. However, just as he reached the 7th floor and saw the gazes of the crowd, Zichen's indifferent expression disappeared and his eyes flickered. Zichen's calm eyes shone like the light of the sun, dazzling and resplendent. In the next instant, Zichen's aura also became chaotic. Boundless waves of energy surged out from his body. Chapter 149. He was originally an ordinary person, but his momentary loss of self-control caused his eyes to sparkle. His eyes were as bright as Xing Chen's, which did not match his ordinary appearance at all. Zichen lost his composure because he saw familiar faces, and he saw quite a few of them. First, he saw Ling Yun, Qin Feng, and Wu Hong. He recognized all 3 of them, and his expression changed slightly. Seeing Ling Yun was within his expectations, but seeing Qin Feng was unexpected. Zichen's gaze shifted, and he saw a young man with small eyes. That young man's appearance was truly ordinary, but when Zichen saw him, he was shocked and his expression changed. Miao Kong! He actually saw Miao Kong, one of his few friends in the Nimbus martial ancestor. He could be said to be a brother. Zichen's expression changed, but following that his gaze swept again, and his body suddenly froze. It was as if he had been electrocuted. He saw a girl. She was wearing green clothes, gentle and moving. Her beautiful face had a trace of youthfulness, like a green lotus, and had a different temperament. This girl was about 10 years old and was very cute. At this moment, her small mouth was open, and she looked at Zichen with surprise, especially after seeing Zichen's shocked expression and the light in his eyes. She almost lost her self-control and stood up. Lin Shui! Zichen was as if he had been electrocuted and could not say a word. After seeing Miao Kong, he saw Lin Shui again. If it was not for his strong self-control, Zichen would have already rushed over. Seeing Lin Shui, Zichen was very excited. He never would have thought that she was still alive. Following that, his gaze subconsciously swept over, and Zichen saw a familiar face. It was a familiar and beautiful face. Her face was perfect, like a piece of jade, exquisitely carved. Beautiful big eyes, as gentle as water, a fine nose and cherry lips. Nothing could be imagined. Seeing Zichen come up, she had already stood up. She was wearing white clothes, and there was not a speck of dust on them. Her neck was elegant, and her twin peaks were proud. Her waist was slender and flawless. Su Mengyao! Zichen exclaimed in his heart, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. The great elder had entrusted him with the task of taking good care of Su Mengyao. However, when the Nimbus martial ancestor met with a calamity, Zichen did not manage to find a single person. Instead, he only found a few corpses. After that, he was constantly chased and forced to flee. All this time, Zichen had thought that they were dead, and he was heartbroken. But he never thought that he would see them here. The 2 of them were still alive, and they were doing well. As soon as he appeared, Zichen's expression changed several times, and he almost lost his composure. However, because he had just arrived, no one paid attention to him. They all thought that it was unexpected for him to see so many people. Of course, geniuses like Li Hua also thought that Zichen had lost his composure after seeing someone like him. I didn't expect a genius to appear. Looks like we didn't come out empty-handed this time. Tsang, he stood up. His face was like jade, and he was wearing a white robe. His expression was only a little surprised, but he did not pay attention to the many changes in Zichen's expression. He was the first to stand up and speak. Not bad. Wu Xiong glanced at Zichen and said lightly. After that, the other geniuses also nodded, and their eyes were full of surprise. "Sit down." Miao Kong pointed to the seat next to him and said. His eyes were fixed on Zichen. Just a moment ago, he felt that the young man in front of him gave him a sense of familiarity. Looking at the front, Su Mengyao and Lin Shui also had the same feeling. Zichen was about to sit down, but at this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. "Early stage, Xiantian realm. You are actually at the early stage, Xiantian realm." The one who exclaimed was an unfamiliar genius with the strength of Xiantian full circle. After he felt the aura around Zichen's body, his expression changed instantly. "What? Early stage Xiantian realm. How is this possible? An early stage Xiantian realm cultivator can reach the 6th level." The other geniuses' expressions also changed several times, and they felt that it was inconceivable. To be able to reach here at the early stage Xiantian realm, could his battle strength be so strong? Everyone's expression was a little unnatural. This kind of existence could be said to be a genius among geniuses. At this moment, a black-clothed man walked up from below. This was a true energy boundary existence, and one of the two people who were guarding the stairs. He walked in front of Li Hua and whispered a few words. Then he glanced at Zichen with a complicated expression and left. Haha, I thought he was a genius. Turns out he relied on speed to come up here. The room was only so big, and everyone was a cultivator. Naturally, they could hear the whispers of the true energy boundary existence. Ling Yin was the first to sneer. "That's right, we want a true genius with strong battle strength, and not someone who relied on speed and luck to come up here." Qin Feng also said coldly. Wu Xiong and the others also frowned. "Small path? Fast enough to protect yourself. No matter how dangerous the place is, there is a chance of survival," Miao Kong said with dissatisfaction. He didn't know why, but when he saw the stranger, he felt a sense of familiarity. At this moment, he stood up to speak. "But we're going to the ruins. What we need is battle strength, not escape methods," Ling Yun said. "That's right. What we need is battle strength and powerful allies, not people who abandon their companions to escape at a critical moment." Qin Feng also said, "We don't need such people." Ling Fei was aggressive. The others frowned, seemingly thinking. Zichen was silent and just looked at these people quietly. Speed is also a kind of strength. There are some dangerous places that can only be smoothly passed by relying on speed. Su Mengyao stood up and said softly, "So what if he's fast? That's his ability." Lin Shui also said, "Shut up." Ling Yin suddenly shouted at the two, "This is a place for geniuses to speak. What qualifications do you two have to speak? If it wasn't for young Master Zhanghe, do you think you have the qualifications to stand here?" You, Su Mengyao and Lin Shui were so angry that their faces turned ashen, but they didn't refute. Their strength had just entered the middle stage of the Xiantian realm, and their battle strength wasn't strong among the crowd. What am I wrong? You remnants of the Nimbus martial ancestor are already very good that you haven't been killed. You still dare to be arrogant here. If it wasn't for young Master Tsang, do you think you have the qualifications to go to the ruins? Ling Yin said coldly, without any trace of politeness. That's enough. Ling Yin, you should be more polite. Miao Kong reprimanded. Both of you speak less. Tsang, he said indifferently, somewhat displeased. Humph. Ling Yin snorted coldly and sat down. With Wu Xiong backing him, he wasn't afraid. This time he had spoken because he knew about the conflict between the martial ancestor and the two. He wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Wu Xiong. Speed is after all a small Dao and it's useless. I don't recommend him to go with us. Ling Yin said again. Me too. I'm afraid he'll run away alone when he encounters danger. Qin Feng also said coldly. Forget it. Let him go with the others. We don't need such a genius. Li Hua and Wu Xiong were also extremely cold. I think it's feasible. Speed is sometimes an advantage. Only Miao Kong still supported Ziqin. I don't think so. He has to contribute to us, not just to take advantage of us. Another Xiantian full circle also shook his head. As for Su Mengyao and Lin Shui, they didn't have the qualifications to speak. Zichen was angry. It wasn't because of their attitude towards him. After all, he hadn't shown his strength and could be looked down upon. However, Zichen couldn't tolerate Ling Yun yelling at Su Mengyao and Lin Shui. What is considered combat strength? A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes as he asked coldly, TSK, what kind of combat strength does an early Xiantian like you have? I can kill you with a finger. You're dreaming if you want to go with us into the ruins. Ling Yun sneered. Is an early Xiantian qualified to talk about combat strength? Can't you see that the two mid-stage Xiantian are not qualified to talk? Qin Feng also ridiculed. He used to like Su Mengyao very much and had some thoughts about Lin Shui. However, everything was for the sake of benefits. Since the destruction of the Nimbus martial ancestor, he had given up on this idea. Although he still didn't give up, it was more of a selfish desire. The others didn't speak, but they didn't think highly of Zichen. Oh, Zichen nodded. He wasn't angry at all. He said casually, so the meaning of combat strength is to compete with one's mouth. Whose mouth is poisonous. Speaking like you're asking for a beating is what combat strength looks like. I've learned something. Zichen sneered. Zichen's words attracted everyone's attention. They all looked at Zichen strangely. They didn't understand where his confidence came from. He actually dared to insult the two of them. What did you say? Ling Yin slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Zichen. Little thing, if you say it again, do you believe that I won't slap you to death with one hand? Qin Feng said coldly. A despicable person is invincible. It seems like that's the case. With your despicable mouth, I can already see your combat strength. Zichen looked at the two of them indifferently. However, his words were enough to infuriate the two of them. You want to die? If you want to die, then say it. I won't use a second strike to deal with you. There was already a murderous intent in the eyes of these two people. As for the others, they looked at Zichen as if they were watching a good show. As for Miao Kong and the others, they looked at Zichen with puzzlement. They didn't understand why this early Xiantian realm martial artist would be so confident. I'll say the same thing to you. I can kill the two of you with one finger. If you have the ability, then let's fight. What's the point of just talking? Good. Ling Yin was fuming with anger. His eyes flashed with killing intent. Qin Feng was the same. You don't have to be like this. If you have the ability, then do it. If one of you can't do it, then the two of you can do it together. Don't look at me with such murderous eyes. It makes you look even more incompetent. Zichen said viciously. Good boy, I'll deal with you. Ling Yin was furious. No, I'll deal with this shameless, boastful guy. Qin Feng was also furious. All right, stop squabbling. Both of you can come at me together. Seeing the two of them quarreling, Zichen opened his mouth again. His mouth was vicious. Every word he said made the two of them tremble with anger. His arrogant appearance was even more arrogant than the two of them. Good boy, you're arrogant enough. Let me deal with you. Ling Yun stopped quarreling. His figure flashed, and he rushed towards Zichen. He wanted to prove himself with his actions. Go to hell. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He rushed towards Zichen in an instant. I think you're the one who's going to die. Zichen's calm eyes became fierce in an instant. Boundless killing intent filled the air. His killing move appeared instantly. Chapter 150. He would take action as soon as he said he would, never dragging his feet. All the previous provocation was for this killer move. Zichen was satisfied with Ling Yun's attack. Boom! A boundless aura surged around Zichen. Rays of golden light filled his entire body. making him look like a god of war in golden armor. Facing Ling Yan's attack, Zichun raised his fist and punched out. The air let out a sharp whistling sound as if it was being shattered. The fist was golden and resplendent. It carried a mountain-like aura as it struck towards Ling Yan. Pum! With a dull sound, Zichen's fist was like a mountain, destroying everything in its path. His fist was suffused with golden light, and it shattered Ling Yan's Xiantian attack in one hit. This happened very quickly. Previously, no one thought highly of Zichen and thought that he was just being impulsive. But now, with one strike, Ling Yan was pushed back. Everyone's expression changed. How is this possible? He actually took Ling Yan head-on? No one could remain calm. They looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a monster. He pushed back Ling Yan, who was 2 realms higher than him, with one strike, but he didn't move at all. Good boy, you have some tricks up your sleeve. I underestimated you before and only used 20% of my strength. Ling Yan's face was ashen as he gritted his teeth. Zichen didn't care at all. I never thought highly of you. I only used 10% of my strength before. I didn't expect you to be so weak. You die. Ling Yan was rendered speechless by his words. With a roar, Ling Yan exerted his strength once again. 2 fingers formed a sword, and streams of powerful sword chi shot out. You are indeed a small sect. You don't even have a decent battle technique. Do you think you can suppress me with just energy? Zichen sneered. His expression was indifferent as he raised his fist and punched. Rays of golden light flashed, and the rays of sword chi were dispersed. Ling Yan was furious. He roared to the sky, his black hair standing on end. His late-stage Xiantian realm strength was displayed crazily as he struck out a series of sharp attacks. Boom! Zichen's body flashed with golden light as he struck out a series of punches, easily dispersing the attacks. What a terrifying physique! What a tough body! His fist is simply comparable to a Xiantian weapon. There's nothing it can't break, and it's invincible. Everyone's expressions changed again, and the surprise in their eyes grew stronger. Zichen didn't use his extreme speed, and he used his fists to disperse Ling Yan's attacks. One had to know that Ling Yan was in the Xiantian advanced stage, 2 whole realms higher than the other party. This is a genius. True geniuses have battle prowess comparable to monsters. No one dared to underestimate Zichen anymore. At this moment, their expressions became very serious. Boom! Zichen's fist landed, and Ling Yan's attack dissipated. The surging energy swept in all directions. Fortunately, this place was big enough and spacious enough. Otherwise, the aftermath of the two's energy would have collapsed this place. Brat die. Ling Yan went completely crazy. His powerful strength couldn't suppress the other party. His eyes flashed coldly. His right hand reached out to the side at lightning speed. With a clang, a long sword was unsheathed. Ling Yan didn't want to use his weapon unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that he had unsheathed his sword, he was naturally going to use his killer move. Whoosh! A sharp sword chi, bringing with it an eerie coldness, instantly caused the temperature in the air to plummet. The bone-piercing killing intent caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Ling Yan used his weapon. It seems like he wants to end this quickly. This person is only in the Xiantian advanced stage, but he can force Ling Yan to use his weapon. His battle prowess is terrifying. The battle martial ancestor is famous for his battle prowess. His frost sword technique is even better. It seems like the outcome will be decided soon. Against the frost sword technique, this brat is finished. Everyone sighed and their eyes flashed. Even now, no one was optimistic about Zichen. Humph! Zichen snorted coldly. The golden light around his body became even more dazzling. Facing the bone-piercing sword light that was like frost, he clenched his fists again. Streaks of golden light flowed on the surface of his 2 heads like water. Then a mountain-like aura appeared. The Green Peak seal, the killing technique of Yunxia City, was integrated into Zi Chen's fist. Although its power was not as strong as the seal, it was definitely not comparable to a small sex battle technique. With a punch, ripples appeared in the air. A terrifying aura began to spread, and a visible wave of air surged in all directions. Pum! Pum! Many tables and chairs were shattered, and sawdust flew everywhere. The sword chi and the fist chi collided at this moment. Boom! The fist chi was resplendent, and it emitted rays of golden light. It was like a mountain, and it carried a heavy feeling as it fell instantly. Boom! The sword chi shattered instantly, and it dissipated into the energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, Zi Chen's fist landed on Ling Yun's weapon. Kaka! Kaka! Cracks spread, and the weapon finally shattered. What? In the field, everyone's expression changed. A few people couldn't help but stand up and look at Zi Chen in shock. What kind of physique is this? How could he break a true Yuan weapon? This is impossible. He is only in the Xiantian advanced stage. How can his body be so strong? Everyone's expression changed, and they felt that it was unbelievable. If Zi Chen had broken a Xiantian advanced stage weapon, naturally, they wouldn't have lost their composure. However, it was a true Yuan weapon that was broken. This was too shocking. Ling Yun retreated with a face full of shock. His weapon was actually broken by a punch. Previously, he even said that he could kill Lin Fan with a pinch of his finger. So this is your strength. It seems that you are not bad. Your fighting strength is indeed average, and all your tricks are based on your cheap mouth. You are truly invincible when you are cheap. Zi Chen said coldly as he raised his fist again. Sky Tyrant Fist. After losing his weapon, Ling Yun roared. His black hair danced wildly, and he was in an extremely frenzied state. He used one of the famous battle techniques of the martial ancestor. The wind from his fist surged, and his aura was swift and fierce. You are courting death if you dare to exchange blows with me. Zi Chen sighed. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The true qi in his dantian surged crazily. Originally, it was silver lightning true qi, but with the help of the secret scripture, Zi Chen had turned it into a golden color. At this moment, his body was shining with a dazzling golden light. With a punch, ripples appeared in the air. It was as if a mountain had appeared in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun's body was obstructed. He couldn't withstand Zi Chen's punch. Boom! The two punches collided with a loud bang. Boundless qi waves appeared, and Ling Yun was sent flying backwards. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Ah! Ling Yun screamed. His bones were broken, and he smashed into a table. In an instant, the table was smashed into pieces. Sai, you look good, but you are useless. Say, if you use your cheap mouth in battle, wouldn't you be a little stronger? Why do you have to learn from others with such cheap mouth? Zi Chen sighed. Although he looked like he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, his attacks were swift and fierce. Pum! Ling Yin was sent flying with a kick. He screamed continuously, and the qi protecting his body instantly collapsed. Strong, too strong. This kind of fighting strength is comparable to those monstrous geniuses. It seems that Li Hao of the Li family also defeated a late Xiantian genius when he was in the early Xiantian realm. Everyone exclaimed. The shock in their eyes didn't fade for a long time. Miao Kong was also shocked. How terrifying! His fighting strength is definitely comparable to those geniuses like Li Hao. Su Mingyao's beautiful eyes flashed. She thought she had met someone familiar, but when the other party attacked, she discovered that his aura was completely different. His mouth is as strong as his fighting strength. Lin Shui pouted, revealing two cute dimples. After discovering that it wasn't someone she knew, she was very disappointed. Whether it was his temperament or his fighting skills, the youth in front of her was very different from Zi Chen. If it wasn't for the sudden flash of light in his eyes, the two wouldn't have any similarities at all. Boom! Ziqin threw out powerful attacks again and again. Ling Yin couldn't block them. "I'll kill you," Ling Yun roared. His hair was disheveled. He had really lost face today. He was suppressed by an early Xiantian brat. Boom! Ziqin threw out a punch. It was like a big iron hammer, shining with golden light. It landed on Ling Yun's forehead. With a loud bang, Ling Yun was sent flying, coughing up blood. "Useless thing. You call this fighting strength, and you call yourself a genius?" Ziqin snorted coldly. He flashed forward and threw out punches. Puff! Ling Yun vomited blood and was sent flying. He was in a very sorry state. His protective Jin Qi was scattered several times, but it quickly reformed each time. Crack! His protective Jin Qi was scattered again, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Several of Ling Yun's bones were broken. The pitiful future sect leader who fought the martial ancestor was in an extremely sorry state. He was being abused by Ziqin. The clear sound of bones breaking made people's mouth twitch. Bang! Ziqin sent Ling Yun flying with a kick. After fighting for so long, the latter had no temper. Previously, Ziqin was still very nervous. After all, his opponent was a genius who fought the martial ancestor, the future sect leader. However, after fighting for a while, Ziqin finally understood the huge gap between fighting the martial ancestor and Yunxia City. The so-called powerful fighting skills were not at the same level. Stop! Ling Yun coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He was about to be beaten to death. He didn't even have time to call for help. Ziqin continued to hit him with one blow after another. Everyone was stunned. Only Qin Feng reacted in time and shouted loudly, "Stop! Don't fight anymore." A loud shout woke up the others. One by one they began to shout loudly. Before they were all dumbfounded. Ziqin's powerful strength had deeply shocked them. They had all forgotten about Ling Yun, who was about to be beaten to death. "Stop!" Li Hu stood up. His eyes were burning with anger. No one knew whether it was because he felt sorry for Ling Yun or because he was jealous of Ziqin's strength. "Okay, stop." Wu Xiong also stood up. His eyes were constantly flashing and his expression was constantly changing. Song, he also couldn't maintain his normal expression. Ziqin's fighting strength was beyond his expectations. They would welcome a genius, but when a monstrous genius appeared, they needed to consider carefully. Ziqin's purpose was to kill Ling Yun. How could he stop? He attacked even more fiercely. "Kid, stop!" Qin Feng shouted and rushed forward. The three geniuses had spoken, but Ziqin still didn't stop. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent.